Welcome, weary Ashen One, to a journey through the twilight of the world. Tonight, we'll explore the complete chronicle of Dark Souls 3, from the birth of the first flame to the final choice that will determine the fate of all existence. This is a tale of kingdoms built on ash, of lords who refused their destiny, and of cycles that bind the world in eternal repetition. So settle in, kindle your rest, and let your mind drift as we walk together through this dying realm where fire fades and darkness gathers. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let us begin this final pilgrimage. In the beginning, there was only grey. Picture, if you will, a world without warmth or cold, without life or death, without light or darkness. A realm suspended in eternal twilight where nothing changed and nothing could change. This was the Age of Ancients, a time so distant that it exists beyond memory, beyond legend, beyond even the capacity of mortal minds to truly comprehend its vast and endless stagnation. The world in those primordial days was a place of grey crags and towering arch trees, their massive trunks stretching impossibly high into a colourless sky that knew neither sun nor moon. These ancient giants formed the very foundation of existence, their roots reaching deep into the earth while their canopy disappeared into the formless void above. Between their mighty branches, in the spaces carved from eternal stone, dwelt the everlasting dragons. These beings were not gods in any sense that mortals might understand, for the very concept of divinity requires its opposite mortality, change, the possibility of ending. The everlasting dragons were something far more fundamental and terrifying. They were eternity made manifest, creatures whose existence was as immutable as the grey stone upon which they rested their ancient forms. Their scales were like mountains, impervious to any force that might seek to mark or mar them. Their breath was not fire but time itself, flowing endlessly without purpose or direction. The dragons ruled not through conquest or dominion but through simple, undeniable presence. They had always been, would always be, and in their perfect, unchanging forms, they embodied the eternal stasis that defined their age. To challenge them was not merely impossible, it was inconceivable, for change itself did not exist as a concept in their grey, timeless domain. Yet deep beneath this world of endless stone and ageless beings, something stirred that would shatter the foundations of eternity itself. In the depths of the earth, in places so far from the surface that they existed almost in another realm entirely, a flame began to burn. This was not the warm, comforting fire that later generations would know, but something far more primal and profound, the first flame, the original source of all disparity, all change, all possibility. The first flame was more than mere combustion. It was the physical manifestation of difference itself. Where the Age of Ancients had known only grey uniformity, the flame brought with it the revolutionary concept of disparity, light and dark, life and death, heat and cold, hope and despair. These were not merely abstract ideas, but fundamental forces that would reshape the very nature of existence, creating a universe where change was not only possible, but inevitable. Around this miraculous flame, 4 beings discovered what would become known as the Lord Souls, concentrations of the flame's power so intense that they transformed those who claimed them into something unprecedented in the grey world above. These were not dragons, not creatures of eternal stasis, but beings of change and growth, mortality and ambition, weakness, and incredible potential strength. The first and mightiest of these souls was claimed by a being who would become known as Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight. His soul blazed with the power of light itself, granting him dominion over illumination and the ability to create warmth where before there had been only the cold touch of stone. Gwyn's very presence brought with it the concept of day, of brightness that could drive back shadow, of hope that could illuminate even the darkest places. The second soul was discovered by the Witch of Izalith, whose domain would become life itself in all its chaotic, uncontrolled abundance. Her power was that of growth and creation, the force that would bring forth forests and flowers, beasts and beauty, the endless proliferation of living things that would populate the world once the grey stones no longer held dominion over all existence. Nito, who would become the first of the dead, claimed the third soul and with it dominion over the ending of things. His was perhaps the most necessary and terrible of powers, for without death, life becomes meaningless. Without ending, there can be no beginning. Nito's soul granted him authority over the boundary between existence and void, making him both feared and essential in the new world that was struggling to be born. The fourth soul was found by a being so small and seemingly insignificant that history would barely remember his name, the furtive pygmy. His soul was different from the others, not blazing with obvious power, but burning with a steady, hidden flame that would prove to be the most important of all. This was the dark soul, the source of humanity itself, carrying within its depths the potential for both incredible nobility and unspeakable corruption. These four lords, as they came to be known, possessed something that the everlasting dragons could never understand or counter: the capacity for change, for growth, for the kind of desperate, burning ambition that drives beings to attempt the impossible. They looked upon the grey world above and saw not eternal perfection but a prison of stagnation that must be shattered if anything new and beautiful was ever to exist. The war that followed was unlike anything the world had ever witnessed, for it was the first war, the original conflict from which all others would spring. The lords rose from the depths with their newfound power, challenging beings whose dominion had never been questioned since the beginning of time itself. The dragons, for all their might and seeming invincibility, had never faced opposition, had never needed to adapt or evolve, or even comprehend the possibility of defeat. Yet the lords possessed something beyond mere power. They had cunning, desperation, and most crucially, they had an ally among their enemies. Seath the Scaleless, alone among the dragons, had been born without the stone scales that granted his brethren their immortality. This defect, which might have been merely a cruel twist of fate, became instead the key to victory for the forces of change. Seath's betrayal of his own kind was motivated not by nobility, but by jealousy and the bitter knowledge that he alone among the dragons was mortal, vulnerable, destined to age and die while his fellows remained eternal. In exchange for the promise of immortality through other means, he revealed to the lords the secret of the dragon's seemingly impervious defenses, teaching them that the ancient beings could indeed be killed if one knew how to pierce their stony armor. The battle that ensued shook the very foundations of the grey world, sending waves of change rippling through dimensions that had never experienced anything but stasis. Gwyn's lightning tore through dragonhide that had never been marked, while the Witch of Izalith's chaos magic brought wild, uncontrolled life to battlefields that had known only stone death. Nito raised armies of the dead to fight alongside the living, creating alliances that the dragon's limited understanding could never have anticipated. When the last of the great dragons fell, when their broken forms littered the grey crags that had once been their undisputed domain, the Age of Ancients came to an end with a finality that even the dragons themselves could not have imagined. Some few of their kind fled to distant corners of the world, while others, like Seath, allied themselves with the new order in hopes of preserving something of their former glory. The victory of the Lords marked the beginning of the Age of Fire, an era that would be defined not by the eternal stagnation of what came before, but by the endless cycle of growth and decay, creation and destruction, hope and despair that the first flame had made possible. It was a world where mortals could aspire to greatness, where kingdoms could rise from nothing and fall to ash, where every ending carried within it the seeds of a new beginning. Gwyn established his kingdom of Unraveled, a city of white stone and golden light that seemed to capture the very essence of the sun itself. From his throne in the great cathedral, he ruled not as the dragons had ruled through simple, unchanging presence, but as a king who understood that power must be actively maintained, that dominion required both wisdom and strength, that even gods must work to preserve what they had built. The Witch of Izalith retreated to her own realm, surrounded by her daughters and the chaotic flames that had become her signature. Her domain was one of wild magic and uncontrolled growth, where the line between creation and destruction blurred until they became indistinguishable from one another. She delved deep into the mysteries of fire and life, seeking always to understand and expand the forces she had been given dominion over. Nito descended into the depths, establishing his kingdom in the catacombs where the bones of the dead would accumulate like sediment at the bottom of a vast ocean of time. His realm was one of endings and transitions, where souls passed from life to whatever lay beyond, where the cycle of death and rebirth that would define the new age could be properly maintained. The furtive pygmy simply vanished from the great stage of history, taking his dark soul and disappearing into obscurity so complete that later ages would barely remember he had existed at all. Yet his legacy would prove to be the most enduring of all, for from his soul would spring humanity itself, countless small flames carrying within them both the potential for incredible good and the capacity for unspeakable evil. But even as the Lords celebrated their victory and established their new domains, the very nature of the power they had claimed carried within it the seeds of future tragedy. The first flame, for all its might and wonder, was not eternal. Unlike the grey stagnation it had replaced, the flame was a living thing. And like all living things, it was subject to growth and decay, strength and weakness, youth and age. The flame that had seemed so mighty when it first blazed in the depths of the earth was already beginning its long, slow decline toward extinction. This was the price of change, the cost of disparity. Nothing could remain forever, not even the source of all possibility itself. The Age of Fire, born in revolution against eternal stagnation, carried within its very foundations the promise of its own eventual ending. Time passed in the Age of Fire like the slow breathing of some cosmic giant, each cycle marking not merely years but epochs of transformation that swept across the world in waves of creation and destruction. The kingdoms that had risen from the ashes of the Age of Ancients flourished beyond anything their founders could have imagined, growing into civilizations of such complexity and beauty that they seemed to rival the works of the gods themselves. Yet beneath this surface prosperity, beneath the golden spires of Unraveled and the verdant chaos of Izalith's domain, a shadow was beginning to grow that would ultimately prove more terrible than any dragon's flame. The first flame, that miraculous source of all disparity and change, was showing the first subtle signs of the decline that would define the remainder of the world's history. The flame's weakening was not immediately apparent to those who lived in its light. Kingdoms continued to expand, heroes continued their quests, and the cycle of seasons turned with its familiar rhythm of growth and harvest, birth and death. Yet those with the wisdom to look beyond the surface of things Those who had lived long enough to remember the flame's original glory began to notice troubling changes in the very fabric of reality itself. The light that emanated from Anor Londo seemed somehow less brilliant than it had been in the early days after the war with the dragons. The warmth that had once spread effortlessly across the land now required constant tending and renewal to maintain its strength. Most ominously of all, the boundaries between life and death, which had once been clearly defined by Nito's authority, began to blur in ways that suggested something fundamental was going wrong with the cosmic order. It was during this time of subtle decline that the first cases of what would come to be known as the undead curse began to manifest among the human populations scattered across the various kingdoms. At first, these seemed like isolated incidents, strange medical anomalies that affected only a few unfortunate souls in distant villages or remote settlements. A farmer would die of illness or injury, only to rise again the following morning with his wounds healed but his mind somehow different, marked by a hollow emptiness that grew more pronounced with each subsequent death and resurrection. The dark sign appeared as a ring of flame upon the flesh of these cursed individuals, marking them as something no longer fully alive but not properly dead either. This brand carried with it a terrible irony. It was wreathed in fire like the flame that had brought the Age of Fire into being, yet its presence signified not life and growth but stagnation, and the slow erosion of everything that made a person human. Those who bore the dark sign found themselves trapped in a cycle that mirrored, in grotesque miniature, the larger cycles that governed the world itself. Each death would be followed by resurrection at the nearest bonfire, those mysterious flames that had appeared throughout the kingdoms as focal points of the first flame's diminished power. Yet with each revival, something essential was lost. Memories faded, emotions dulled, and the spark of individuality that defined human consciousness grew dimmer and more distant. The curse spread with a persistence that defied all attempts at quarantine or treatment. No kingdom, no matter how mighty or well defended, proved immune to its influence. The undead appeared among nobles and peasants alike, among warriors and scholars, among the faithful and the heretical. The dark sign recognized no boundaries of class or creed, nationality or race. It was as democratic in its distribution as death itself, yet far more terrible in its implications. As the number of cursed individuals grew, kingdoms that had once welcomed travelers began to close their borders and turn away anyone who might be carrying the infection. Cities that had thrived on trade and cultural exchange became fortress states, their gates barred against the growing hordes of hollow undead who wandered the roads like living ghosts, driven by instincts they could no longer understand toward destinations they could no longer remember. The social fabric that had held the Age of Fire's civilizations together began to fray under the strain of this new reality. Families were torn apart when one member received the dark sign, forcing impossible choices between abandoning loved ones and risking contamination. Entire communities were abandoned when the curse's spread reached a tipping point, leaving behind ghost towns where only the hollow remained, shambling through familiar streets in endless, purposeless repetition of their former lives. Yet it was not merely the practical consequences of the curse that troubled the wise and learned of that age. The very existence of the dark sign seemed to violate fundamental principles that had governed reality since the first flame's discovery. Death had always been Nito's domain, and resurrection had been the province of powerful magic or divine intervention. The spontaneous return of the dead, marked by flame yet devoid of true life, suggested that something was terribly wrong with the cosmic order itself. The greatest minds of the age, scholars, clerics, sorcerers, and even gods dedicated themselves to understanding the nature of this affliction and its connection to the slowly dimming first flame. Their research revealed disturbing truths about the relationship between humanity, fire, and the dark soul that the furtive pygmy had claimed so long ago in the flame's depths. Humanity, they discovered, was fundamentally different from the other forms of life that populated the world. Where most creatures drew their essence from the light of the first flame, humans were fragments of the dark soul itself, tiny pieces of that original shadow that had been divided and scattered among countless individuals. This darkness within them was not evil in any moral sense, but rather a different kind of power, a different approach to existence that operated according to principles that sometimes contradicted those of the flame. As the first flame weakened, the careful balance between light and dark that had maintained the stability of the Age of Fire began to shift. The darkness within humanity, normally held in check by the flame's overwhelming radiance, began to assert itself more strongly. The dark sign was revealed to be not a disease or curse in any conventional sense, but rather a manifestation of humanity's true nature, emerging as the light that had suppressed it for so long grew dim. This revelation struck at the heart of everything the gods believed about the world they had created. Gwyn, whose entire identity was built around his role as the Lord of Sunlight, found himself confronting the possibility that the Age of Fire he had fought to establish might be nothing more than a temporary interruption in the natural order of things. If the flame was destined to fade, and humanity's darkness was destined to rise, then all his victories, all his sacrifices, all the beauty and glory of his kingdom might be nothing more than a brief flicker against an inevitable night. The prospect of an age of dark filled Gwyn with a terror that went far beyond mere personal fear. This was not the terror of death, for gods, though long-lived, were not truly immortal. Rather, it was the terror of meaninglessness, the awful possibility that everything he had built, everything he had stood for, might be swept away by forces he could neither understand nor control. In his desperate search for a solution to the fading flame, Gwyn made choices that would echo through countless ages to come. Rather than accept the natural transition from light to dark, rather than trust in the cosmic cycles that had always governed existence, he decided to take direct action to preserve the Age of Fire regardless of the cost. The construction of the kiln of the first flame represented the culmination of Gwyn's desperate efforts to find a permanent solution to the crisis facing his world. Deep beneath Anor Londo, in chambers that existed at the very heart of reality itself, teams of the most skilled craftsmen and mages worked to create a vessel that could contain and focus the first flame's remaining power. The kiln was more than mere architecture. It was a fusion of divine will and ancient technology, a machine designed to burn souls as fuel and use their essence to restore the dying flame. Yet even as construction proceeded, Gwyn came to understand a terrible truth that his advisors had been afraid to voice directly. The flame's decline had progressed too far to be reversed through any conventional means. No amount of kindling, no matter how precious or powerful, could restore the first flame to its original glory. Only a sacrifice of unimaginable magnitude could provide the energy necessary to rekindle the flame and extend the Age of Fire beyond its natural span. The nature of that sacrifice became clear through experiments that tested the very limits of divine power. Only a Lord Soul, one of the original 4 concentrations of the first flame's power, could provide enough energy to serve as fuel for the renewed flame. Yet this was not merely a matter of offering up a portion of one's power. It required the complete destruction of the soul itself, the total annihilation of everything that made a god divine. Faced with this knowledge, the other lords made their own choices about how to respond to the crisis. The Witch of Izalith, driven by scientific curiosity and the desire to preserve her domain of life and growth, attempted to recreate the first flame through her own magical research. Her experiments in the depths of her realm combining her mastery of fire magic with techniques borrowed from the deepest mysteries of creation, seemed to offer hope that the flame could be renewed without requiring the ultimate sacrifice that the kiln demanded. Yet the witch's attempt to birth a new flame through artificial means resulted in catastrophe that served as a grim warning about the dangers of tampering with forces beyond mortal or divine comprehension. The flame she created was not the controlled, life-giving fire of the first flame, but something wild and chaotic that consumed everything in its path with an insatiable hunger. The Chaos Flame, as it came to be known, transformed her realm into a hellscape of molten rock and uncontrolled magic, while the witch herself was consumed and transformed into something that bore little resemblance to her former divine nature. The failure of the witch's experiment eliminated what Gwyn had hoped might be an alternative to the terrible choice that faced him. The bed of chaos that rose from her failed attempt to recreate the first flame stood as a monument to the futility of trying to cheat the natural cycles that governed existence. No artificial creation could replace what was being lost. No clever magic could circumvent the fundamental truth that all things, even gods and flames, must eventually fade and die. Nito, the first of the dead, retreated deeper into his domain in the catacombs, his response to the crisis shaped by his unique understanding of endings and transitions. As the Lord of Death itself, he possessed insights into the nature of decay and transformation that the other gods lacked. His withdrawal was not cowardice, but rather a form of acceptance. If the Age of Fire was destined to end, then his role was to ensure that the transition occurred with as much dignity and order as possible. The furtive pygmy had long since vanished from the active participation in divine affairs, his dark soul scattered among countless human fragments that were only beginning to understand their true nature. Yet his absence spoke as loudly as the actions of the other lords, suggesting that perhaps the coming Age of Dark was not the catastrophe that Gwyn feared, but rather a natural and necessary phase in the cosmic cycle. Alone among the original lords, Gwyn could not accept the prospect of his age ending. The Lord of Sunlight, whose very identity was bound up in the concepts of light and illumination, could not bear the thought of allowing darkness to claim dominion over the world he had fought to create. The idea of an Age of Dark represented not merely the end of his reign, but the negation of everything he believed about the proper order of existence. Standing in the completed kiln of the first flame, surrounded by mechanisms that hummed with barely contained power, Gwyn made the decision that would define the remainder of the world's history. Rather than allow the flame to fade naturally and trust in whatever age might follow, he chose to sacrifice himself completely, feeding his Lord's soul into the dying flame and using his very essence as fuel to extend the Age of Fire beyond its appointed span. The moment of Gwyn's self-immolation was both triumph and tragedy of cosmic proportions. The first flame, which had dwindled to little more than dying embers, blazed forth with renewed vigor as it consumed the essence of the Lord of Sunlight. Light returned to the darkening world. Warmth spread once more across the kingdoms, and for a brief, shining moment, it seemed as though the Age of Fire had been restored to its original glory. Yet the cost of this victory was immediately apparent to those with the wisdom to understand what had truly transpired. Gwyn's sacrifice had not solved the fundamental problem of the flame's decline, it had merely postponed it, buying time at the price of establishing a precedent that would trap the world in an endless cycle of repetition and decay. The renewed flame burned brightly, but it burned on borrowed time and borrowed essence. The energy that Gwyn had provided through his sacrifice would eventually be consumed, and when that happened, the flame would once again begin to fade. Another sacrifice would be needed. Another soul offered to the hungry fire. Another link forged in the chain that would bind the world to an artificial extension of an age that should have ended long ago. More troubling still was the effect that Gwyn's sacrifice had on the nature of the undead curse itself. The Lord of Sunlight's self-immolation had not eliminated the dark sign. Instead, it had transformed it into something even more insidious. The curse became inextricably linked to the health of the first flame, growing stronger as the flame grew weaker, spreading further as the artificial extension of the Age of Fire placed ever greater strain on the cosmic order. The undead were no longer merely victims of a mysterious affliction, but unwilling participants in a cosmic drama that repeated itself whenever the flame began to fade. As the extended Age of Fire approached its limits, the curse would spread more rapidly, creating armies of hollow beings whose very existence served as a warning that the time for another sacrifice was approaching. From among these cursed multitudes, a chosen undead would eventually emerge, someone with the strength and determination to make the journey to the kiln of the first flame and offer their soul to extend the age once more. This cycle of flame and sacrifice, light and undeath, hope and despair, became the fundamental rhythm that would govern the world for ages beyond counting. Each linking of the fire would postpone the Age of Dark, while creating the conditions that would make another linking necessary. Each chosen undead who made the ultimate sacrifice would preserve the world they knew while ensuring that future generations would face the same terrible choice. The irony was profound and tragic. Gwyn's attempt to preserve the Age of Fire had succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. The age would continue not for a few more centuries but for millennia, sustained by an endless chain of sacrifices offered by heroes who believed they were saving the world. Yet, in achieving this preservation, he had also doomed that same age to a form of existence that was barely distinguishable from the grey stagnation that had defined the Age of Ancients. Where the dragons had maintained their eternal realm through unchanging perfection, the extended Age of Fire maintained itself through endless repetition of the same fundamental cycle. The world would grow dark, the undead would rise, a chosen one would emerge to link the fire, and the age would continue, not because it was healthy and vital, but because each sacrifice provided just enough energy to forestall the inevitable for another span of years. The kingdoms that flourished under this extended age bore little resemblance to the vibrant, growing civilizations that had defined the early Age of Fire. Instead, they became societies built around the knowledge of their own temporary nature, cultures that organized themselves around the certainty that their world would periodically face apocalyptic crisis and require heroic sacrifice to survive. The undead asylums that rose in every major kingdom served as both prison and preparation ground for those who bore the dark sign. These grim fortresses, built on the edges of civilization where their cursed inhabitants could be contained and controlled, became the breeding grounds for the heroes who would eventually make the journey to relink the flame. Here, the hollow and the desperate were housed together, their gradual descent into madness serving as both punishment for bearing the curse and testing ground for discovering who among them possessed the strength of will necessary to resist complete spiritual dissolution. The legend of the chosen undead became the central mythology around which entire civilizations organized their understanding of existence. Children grew up hearing stories of heroes who had made the ultimate sacrifice to preserve the world, while scholars debated the theological implications of a cosmic order that required periodic offerings of divine essence to maintain its stability. Yet, even as the cycle repeated itself across the centuries, subtle changes accumulated that suggested the fundamental unsustainability of Gwyn's solution. Each linking of the fire provided less energy than the last, as if the flame itself were growing tired of consuming souls and longed for the rest that natural death would bring. The intervals between each crisis grew shorter. The spread of the undead curse became more rapid and extensive, and the toll required of each chosen undead grew ever more demanding. The world itself began to show signs of the strain imposed by countless repetitions of the same artificial cycle. Kingdoms rose and fell with increasing frequency, their foundations weakened by the knowledge that no achievement could be permanent, no victory could be final. The very landscape began to buckle and warp under the weight of temporal distortions created by forcing the same age to continue far beyond its natural span. Most troubling of all, the distinction between the living and the undead began to blur as the extended Age of Fire continued its unnatural course. Those who were born into a world where hollowing was a constant threat, where the dark sign might appear on anyone at any moment, developed a relationship with mortality that was fundamentally different from that of earlier generations. They lived with the knowledge that death might not be final, but they also lived with the fear that survival might mean the gradual loss of everything that made life worth living. The souls that fed the first flame through the linking process were not destroyed in any conventional sense. They became part of the flame itself. Their essence merged with the cosmic fire in ways that defied understanding. This meant that with each linking, the flame became more complex, more burdened with the accumulated experiences and desires of all who had sacrificed themselves to preserve it. The simple, pure fire that had originally brought disparity to the grey world was gradually transformed into something that carried within itself the weight of countless heroic deaths and desperate choices. The philosophical implications of this transformation were staggering. The first flame, which had once represented the possibility of change and growth, had become a repository of stagnation, fed by the noblest impulses of heroic souls, but using their sacrifice to prevent the very change and growth they had died to protect. The cosmic order that Gwyn had sought to preserve had become a prison for the very values that had motivated his sacrifice, trapping light and dark alike in an endless repetition that served neither principle with justice. As the extended Age of Fire moved through its countless cycles, those with the wisdom to perceive the larger patterns began to question whether preservation was truly worth the price being paid to achieve it. The undead who emerged from each cycle were not merely victims of a curse, but witnesses to the futility of trying to hold back the natural progression of cosmic ages. Their hollow existence served as a living reminder that some prices are too high to pay, no matter how noble the goal they are meant to achieve. Yet the cycle continued, driven by its own inexorable logic and the accumulated weight of all the heroic sacrifices that had been made to sustain it. Each chosen undead who reached the kiln of the first flame faced the same choice that had confronted Gwyn so long ago: allow the age to end and trust in whatever might come next, or offer their soul to extend the familiar world for another span of years. And time after time, faced with the immediate reality of loss and the abstract possibility of renewal, they chose sacrifice over uncertainty, preservation over transformation. The stage was set for a final repetition of this ancient cycle, but one that would carry within it the seeds of genuine resolution. The flame had grown so weak, the world so tired of repetition, that even the mightiest souls could no longer provide enough fuel to sustain the artificial extension of the Age of Fire. The time was approaching when the choice between light and dark would no longer be a choice between preservation and change, but between different forms of ending and different possibilities for whatever new beginning might emerge from the ashes of the old. The extended Age of Fire had endured for countless centuries, sustained by an endless chain of heroic sacrifices that had postponed the natural ending of the world time and time again. Yet as the flame grew weaker with each linking, as the intervals between crises grew shorter, and the toll demanded of each chosen undead grew ever more severe, the very foundations of Gwyn's artificial cycle began to show signs of catastrophic strain. The Lords of Cinder who emerged from this dying age were fundamentally different from the heroes who had sustained the flame in earlier cycles. Where their predecessors had been driven by hope and the belief that their sacrifice would preserve something beautiful and worthwhile, these final lords had witnessed firsthand the futility of endless repetition, the slow degradation of everything the extended Age of Fire was supposed to protect. Each of these lords had made the journey to the kiln of the first flame, had faced the same terrible choice that had confronted countless heroes before them, and had chosen to feed their souls to the dying fire. Yet their sacrifice had not brought the renewal and restoration they had hoped for instead. It had merely delayed an ending that grew more inevitable with each passing cycle. When the bell tolled once more, calling them back from death to serve the flame again, these Lords of Cinder made a choice that would shake the very foundations of the cosmic order. For the first time in the long history of the cycle, those who had once willingly sacrificed themselves to preserve the Age of Fire turned their backs on the flame that had consumed them, refusing to answer the call that had once seemed sacred and inviolable. In the poisonous swamps of Farron Keep, where the ancient fortress of the Abyss Watchers stood like a monument to forgotten oaths and abandoned duties, the first of these rebellious lords had already made his position clear through action, more eloquent than any words. The Watchers themselves, those warrior philosophers who had once stood as humanity's greatest defense against the encroaching darkness of the Abyss, lay dead by their own hands, victims of a corruption so profound that it had turned their sacred brotherhood into a fratricidal nightmare. The Undead Legion of Farron had been founded in the early centuries of the extended Age of Fire, when the weakness of the artificial cycle had begun to manifest in the form of abyssal corruption seeping into the world at an unprecedented rate. These elite warriors had dedicated their entire existence to containing and destroying any manifestation of the dark void that threatened to consume civilization, viewing themselves as the immune system of the Age of Fire itself. Their training had been unlike anything attempted before, a fusion of martial discipline and mystical transformation that pushed the boundaries between human and beast. Each member of the Legion had partaken of wolf blood in a ritual that connected them to the ancient spirits of the hunt, granting them enhanced senses, supernatural endurance, and most crucially, the ability to detect and track abyssal corruption across vast distances. The wolf blood ceremony was more than mere magical enhancement. It was a form of spiritual communion that bound the members of the Legion together in ways that transcended individual identity. They shared not only purpose and training, but actual spiritual essence. Their souls linked in a network of mutual support and shared knowledge that made them collectively far more than the sum of their individual parts. This mystical bond allowed the Legion to operate with a coordination and efficiency that made them legendary throughout the kingdoms of their age. A single Abyss Watcher could track corruption across hundreds of miles of wilderness, while a full pack could cleanse entire regions of dark influence in campaigns that lasted years, but saved countless innocent lives from the soul-destroying touch of the void. Yet the very source of their strength carried within it the seeds of their eventual downfall. The wolf blood that granted them their supernatural abilities also made them vulnerable to a form of corruption that was far more subtle and insidious than the obvious malice of typical abyssal influence. Rather than attacking their souls directly, this corruption worked through their shared bond, using their greatest strength as a vector for their ultimate destruction. The process began slowly, almost imperceptibly, as individual members of the Legion started to exhibit signs of behavior that their brothers found disturbing. Small acts of cruelty that seemed out of character, moments of rage that lasted too long and burned too hot. decisions that prioritized the destruction of corruption over the protection of innocent life. These changes were dismissed at first as the inevitable psychological toll of their grim duty, the natural result of spending one's entire existence in contact with forces that sought to destroy everything good and pure in the world. Yet, as the corruption spread through their shared bond, as more and more members of the Legion began to exhibit the same troubling symptoms, it became clear that they were facing something far more dangerous than mere battle fatigue. The abyss they had sworn to contain had found a way to turn their own spiritual connection against them, using the wolf blood that bound them together as a means of spreading its influence throughout their entire brotherhood. The realization that they themselves had become the very thing they had sworn to destroy created a crisis that struck at the heart of everything the Legion believed about their purpose and identity. These were warriors who had given up everything: family, home, individual identity, in service to a cause they believed was sacred and necessary. To discover that their sacrifice had been turned into a weapon against the very people they had sworn to protect was a betrayal so profound that it shattered their sanity along with their souls. The Legion's response to this revelation was characteristically direct and brutal. Rather than allow themselves to become agents of the corruption they had spent their lives fighting, rather than risk spreading the abyssal influence to others through their compromised bond, they turned their weapons against each other in a final act of desperate nobility. The battle that followed was unlike anything in the long, bloody history of warfare. This was not a conflict between enemies, but a mutual suicide carried out by brothers who loved each other enough to kill rather than allow corruption to spread through their shared bond to threaten the innocent world beyond. Every sword stroke was an act of mercy, every death a sacrifice offered not to preserve life, but to prevent the spread of something worse than mere mortality. The Abyss Watchers fought with all the skill and coordination that had made them legendary, but they fought not to achieve victory, but to ensure that none of them survived to carry their corruption beyond the bounds of Farron Keep. The wolf blood that had once united them in purpose now united them in a collective death that was both tragedy and triumph, defeat and the only form of victory still available to them. When the last of the Legion fell, when the fortress that had once housed their brotherhood stood empty save for the countless bodies of warriors who had chosen honor over survival, their collective soul was drawn to the kiln of the first flame by the same inexorable forces that had claimed so many heroes before them. The Abyss Watchers, united in death as they had been in life, became a single Lord of Cinder. Their combined essence offered to sustain the dying flame for another brief span of years. Yet when the bell tolled calling them back to serve the flame once more, when the cycle demanded their return to link the fire again, the Legion's response was silence. They had seen where their service led, had witnessed firsthand how even the noblest sacrifices could be corrupted and turned against their original purpose. The warriors who had given everything to protect the world from the abyss had no intention of rising again to serve a cycle that had already proven its capacity for transforming good intentions into instruments of destruction. Far to the south, in the great cathedral of the deep, where the faithful had once gathered to offer prayers and seek solace from the troubles of the world, another Lord of Cinder had reached his own terrible conclusion about the nature of service and sacrifice. Aldrich, who had once been known as the Saint of the Deep, represented perhaps the most disturbing example of how the extended Age of Fire could corrupt even the most sacred of institutions. The cathedral had been established during the middle centuries of the artificial cycle, when the strain of endless repetition had begun to manifest in the form of spiritual corruption that seeped into the souls of mortals like poison into clean water. This corruption, known as the Deep, was not the obvious malice of the abyss, but something far more insidious, a slow, creeping despair that drained meaning and purpose from life until existence itself became a burden too heavy to bear. The church that grew up around the cathedral had positioned itself as humanity's primary defense against this spiritual corruption, offering rituals of purification and cleansing that promised to restore hope and purpose to those who had been touched by the deep's influence. Their theology taught that the corruption was a test of faith, a trial sent by the gods to separate the truly faithful from those whose devotion was merely superficial. Aldrich had risen through the ranks of this church through a combination of genuine piety and administrative brilliance that made him beloved by both clergy and laity alike. His sermons spoke of the beauty and necessity of sacrifice, of the joy that could be found in offering oneself completely to serve purposes greater than individual desire or ambition. Under his guidance, the church developed increasingly elaborate rituals of devotion that involved the literal consumption of blessed substances, not merely bread and wine in symbolic communion, but actual flesh and blood offered by the faithful as proof of their dedication. These practices, which began as metaphorical expressions of spiritual unity, gradually evolved into something far more literal and disturbing. Aldrich taught that the deep's corruption could be absorbed and contained by those with sufficient faith, that holy individuals could literally consume the spiritual poison that threatened to destroy civilization. This doctrine of vicarious suffering attracted followers who saw in it an opportunity for ultimate self-sacrifice, a way of serving the greater good that went far beyond conventional religious observance. The transformation of Aldrich from saint to abomination was so gradual, so carefully rationalized at each step, that by the time its true nature became apparent, the process had progressed far beyond any possibility of reversal. What had begun as ritual consumption of symbolic substances had evolved into the literal devouring of human flesh and souls, justified through increasingly complex theological arguments about the necessity of absorbing corruption to prevent its spread. Aldrich's followers, convinced that they were participating in the ultimate act of religious devotion, offered themselves willingly to be consumed by their saint. They believed that their sacrifice would purify both themselves and the world, that by allowing themselves to be devoured, they were contributing to a great work of spiritual cleansing that would ultimately redeem all of humanity from the deep's influence. The saint himself underwent a physical transformation that mirrored his spiritual corruption, his human form gradually dissolving into something that resembled a massive slug composed of partially digested flesh and bone. This horrifying metamorphosis was interpreted by his followers not as evidence of corruption but as proof of his dedication to absorbing the world's spiritual poison, a willing self-sacrifice that had transformed him into a living repository of purified suffering. When Aldrich's transformed mass was finally drawn to the kiln of the first flame, when his grotesque form was offered as fuel to sustain the dying fire for another cycle, his followers celebrated the event as the ultimate vindication of their faith. Their saint had achieved the perfect sacrifice, offering not merely his life but his very humanity to preserve the world they loved. Yet the resurrection that followed revealed the true horror of what Aldrich had become. The being that rose from the ashes of his linking was no longer the devout cleric who had begun the journey of corruption, nor was it even the monstrous slug that had consumed countless faithful souls. Instead, it was something that defied easy categorization, a writhing mass of flesh and malice that retained the memories and desires of all those it had devoured, a collective consciousness driven by an insatiable hunger that could never be satisfied. This resurrected Aldrich made his way to the ruins of Anor Londo, drawn by instincts that were part predatory hunger and part religious compulsion. There, in the great cathedral that had once housed Gwyn's son Gwyndolin, he achieved the final stage of his transformation by consuming the last surviving member of the original pantheon. The act of devouring a god granted him powers that went far beyond anything he had possessed as a mere saint, but it also completed his metamorphosis into something that bore no resemblance to anything that could be called holy or sacred. The Aldrich who emerged from this final consumption was a being of such spiritual corruption that his very presence polluted the cathedral where Gwyndolin had maintained his lonely vigil for countless centuries. The illusions that had preserved the beauty of Anor Londo flickered and failed in the presence of such concentrated malice, revealing the true state of the abandoned city for the first time in ages. When the bell tolled, calling the Lords of Cinder to return and link the fire once more, Aldrich's response was not refusal, but something far worse, a terrible hunger that saw the flame itself as merely another source of nourishment to be consumed. The saint who had once preached about the necessity of sacrifice now viewed all existence, including the cosmic order itself, as nothing more than potential sustenance for his endless appetite. His vision of the future was not the preservation of the Age of Fire or the acceptance of an Age of Dark, but something that transcended both an age of the deep sea, where all spiritual corruption would flow together into a single, vast ocean of despair and hunger that would consume not merely the world, but the very concepts of hope and meaning that made existence bearable. In the volcanic regions surrounding Death Mountain, where the Gorons had made their homes among rivers of molten stone and halls carved from living rock, the tragedy of Yorm the Giant represented perhaps the cruelest irony in the long history of the Lords of Cinder. His story was one of noble intentions corrupted by circumstances, of a leader who had tried to do right by his people only to discover that sometimes even the most selfless choices can lead to consequences worse than any selfish action could have produced. The profaned capital that Yorm had ruled was a wonder of engineering and artistry, a city that had learned to harness the power of flame in ways that surpassed even the great works of the gods. Its people had discovered how to create a flame that burned not on wood or oil, but on the spiritual essence of concepts themselves: hope, fear, love, hatred, transforming abstract emotions into tangible sources of light and heat that could warm entire districts and power mechanical marvels that seemed to operate through pure will rather than any conventional mechanism. This profaned flame, as it came to be known, had allowed the capital to achieve a level of prosperity and comfort that was unprecedented in the long, difficult centuries of the extended Age of Fire. The city's inhabitants lived lives of ease and intellectual fulfillment, their basic needs provided for by their mastery of conceptual combustion, while their minds were free to pursue art, philosophy, and scientific research that pushed the boundaries of what mortals could achieve. Yorm himself was not originally from the profaned capital, but had come there as a wandering giant, one of the last surviving members of an ancient race that had once ruled vast kingdoms in the early days of the Age of Fire. His people had been builders and crafters whose works had spanned continents, but they had been gradually reduced in number by the same forces of decay and corruption that affected all things in the extended age. By the time Yorm reached the profaned capital, he was perhaps the last of his kind, a living relic of a more hopeful time. The people of the capital had welcomed him not despite his giant heritage, but because of it, recognizing in his ancient bloodline a connection to the great builders of the past, and the possibility that his knowledge might help them achieve even greater mastery over their flame-based technology. Yorm had proven himself to be not merely a wielder of ancient strength, but a natural leader whose wisdom and compassion made him beloved by all who knew him. Under his rule, the profaned capital had flourished beyond even its founder's wildest dreams. The profaned flame burned brighter and cleaner than ever before, its conceptual fuel seemingly inexhaustible, as long as the city's inhabitants continued to experience the full range of human emotions and desires. Art and music reached new heights of beauty and complexity, while scholars made discoveries that seemed to promise eventual solutions to all the great problems that had plagued civilization since the beginning of the Extended Age. Yet this golden period carried within it the seeds of destruction that would ultimately consume everything Yhorm had worked to protect. The profaned flame, for all its power and wonder, was fundamentally different from the controlled fires that had sustained previous civilizations. Where other flames consumed physical fuel and produced predictable results, the profaned flame fed on the spiritual essence of living beings, growing stronger as it consumed not just individual emotions, but the very capacity for those emotions to exist. The process was so gradual, so seemingly beneficial, that its true nature went unrecognized until it was far too late to reverse its effects. Citizens who spent too much time near the profaned flame found their capacity for joy and sorrow, love and hatred, hope and despair slowly drained away, leaving them in a state of spiritual emptiness that was neither suffering nor contentment, but something far worse, complete emotional void. These spiritually drained individuals did not die or even appear obviously ill. They continued to perform their daily functions, to engage in conversation, to participate in the life of the city, but they did so with a mechanical precision that revealed the absence of any genuine feeling or motivation. They became living automatons, their bodies healthy and their minds functional, but their souls reduced to empty vessels that could no longer contribute the emotional fuel that the profaned flame required. As more and more of the capital's inhabitants fell victim to this spiritual drain, the flame itself began to change, its clean burning becoming increasingly erratic and dangerous. The conceptual fuel it had once consumed in careful, controlled amounts was now being taken by force, the flame's hunger growing more voracious as the willing supply of emotions dwindled. Buildings that had once been warmed by gentle, life-giving fire were now threatened by uncontrolled conflagrations that consumed not just physical matter, but the very idea of safety and shelter. Yhorm found himself facing an impossible choice as the crisis in his capital reached its peak. He could attempt to control the profaned flame through conventional means, risking the complete destruction of the city and all its inhabitants. Or he could offer himself as fuel for the flame, his giant soul, providing enough spiritual essence to satisfy its hunger and restore stability to the system that sustained his people's way of life. The decision to sacrifice himself was made not out of despair or resignation, but out of love for the people who had welcomed him and made him their king. Yhorm believed that his death would provide a solution to the crisis facing his capital, that his ancient soul would prove sufficient to restore the profaned flame to its former controlled state and allow his subjects to rebuild their lives free from the threat of spiritual consumption. The ritual of self-immolation that Yhorm performed in the heart of his capital was intended to be a carefully controlled sacrifice that would preserve the city while ending the threat posed by the hungry flame. Yet the interaction between his giant soul and the profaned flame produced results that no amount of planning or preparation could have anticipated. Instead of being contained and controlled, the flame exploded outward with a force that reduced the entire capital to ash and ruin in a matter of moments. The people Yhorm had died to save were incinerated instantly, their bodies and souls consumed by the very flame that was supposed to protect them. The great buildings and mechanical marvels that had made the capital a wonder of the world were reduced to twisted metal and broken stone, their beauty and function obliterated by the uncontrolled release of conceptual energy that followed Yhorm's sacrifice. The giant king's soul, rather than being destroyed in the conflagration, was drawn to the kiln of the first flame by the same inexorable forces that had claimed so many heroes before him. His sacrifice, though it had failed to save his people, had produced enough spiritual energy to sustain the dying flame for another brief cycle, adding his essence to the accumulated weight of heroic failure that the cosmic fire carried within itself. When Yhorm was resurrected as a Lord of Cinder and beheld the ruins of what had once been his beautiful capital, when he saw the ash-covered wasteland that his noble sacrifice had created, his response was not anger or despair, but a silence so profound it seemed to drain sound itself from the air around him. The giant, who had once been renowned for his wisdom and compassion, withdrew to his throne room in the ruined palace, refusing to speak or move, his massive form becoming as still and lifeless as the broken stones that surrounded him. The bell that tolled calling the Lords of Cinder to return and link the fire once more found no response from the king of the profaned capital. Yhorm had learned through the most bitter experience possible that even the noblest intentions, even the most selfless sacrifices, could be corrupted by the fundamental instability of the extended age of fire. He would not rise again to serve a cosmic order that had turned his love for his people into the instrument of their destruction. In the highest towers of Lothric Castle, where the greatest kingdom of the late age of fire had built its seat of power on principles of scholarship and preparation, rather than military might or divine authority, the final and perhaps most philosophically devastating refusal was taking place. Prince Lothric, the youngest and most learned of all the Lords of Cinder, had been born into a world where the cycle of fire and sacrifice was not a mysterious, cosmic necessity, but a well-understood, if deeply flawed system that perpetuated itself through the manipulation of hope and fear. The kingdom of Lothric had been established specifically to produce a Lord of Cinder, its entire civilization organized around the goal of creating and nurturing an individual who would possess both the spiritual power necessary to sustain the first flame and the psychological conditioning required to accept the sacrifice willingly. Every aspect of Prince Lothric's upbringing had been carefully planned to prepare him for this destiny, from his education in the deepest mysteries of fire and soul to his training in the arts of war and statecraft that would be necessary for the journey to the kiln. The scholars of Lothric were among the most learned individuals ever to study the nature of the cosmic cycles that governed existence, their research reaching levels of sophistication and insight that surpassed even the understanding of the original lords. They had mapped the precise mechanisms by which the first flame drew strength from sacrificed souls, had calculated the exact amount of spiritual energy required to sustain each linking, and had developed techniques for maximizing the efficiency with which a Lord of Cinder's essence could be converted into fuel for the dying fire. This knowledge had been both blessing and curse for the kingdom, allowing them to prepare more effectively than any previous civilization for the challenges of the cycle, while also revealing truths about the nature of that cycle that were profoundly disturbing to anyone who possessed the wisdom to understand their implications. The scholars of Lothric had discovered that the extended age of fire was not merely an artificial prolongation of what should have ended naturally. It was actively consuming the fundamental forces that made existence meaningful, each linking burning away, not just individual souls, but portions of the cosmic principles that those souls represented. Prince Lothric had grown up surrounded by this knowledge. His education, including not just the practical skills necessary for his destined role, but also the philosophical understanding that would allow him to comprehend the true nature of what he was being asked to do. He learned that the first flame was dying not because of any external threat or natural decline, but because the very act of linking it was gradually destroying the spiritual foundations upon which all existence rested. The prince's tutors had intended this education to strengthen his resolve, to give him the deep understanding necessary to make his eventual sacrifice meaningful and complete. Yet the effect was precisely the opposite of what they had hoped. Rather than preparing him to accept his destiny, The knowledge they shared with him led Prince Lothric to question not just the necessity of the cycle, but its fundamental morality. The philosophical crisis that consumed Prince Lothric's adolescence was deeper and more complex than the simple rebellion of youth against authority. This was a careful, methodical examination of the assumptions that had governed civilization for countless centuries, conducted by one of the most brilliant minds ever to consider these questions. The prince's conclusion, reached through years of study and reflection, was that the cycle of fire and sacrifice was not merely flawed but actively evil, a system that perpetuated suffering not to preserve something valuable, but simply because it had gained a momentum that made stopping it seem impossible. His refusal to link the fire was not based on cowardice or selfishness, but on the reasoned judgment that the extended age of fire had become a form of spiritual vampirism that fed on the noblest impulses of heroic souls while producing nothing of value in return. The world that each linking preserved was growing steadily more hollow and meaningless, its inhabitants increasingly reduced to mere shadows of what human existence could be at its finest. Prince Lothric's philosophical rebellion was supported and strengthened by his relationship with his elder brother Lorien, the greatest knight ever produced by their kingdom, and originally destined to serve as the prince's protector and guide on the journey to the kiln. Lorien had been trained from childhood to be the perfect warrior companion. His skills in battle and his understanding of tactics and strategy, making him nearly invincible in combat, while his loyalty to his younger brother remained absolute and unquestionable. Yet when Prince Lothric shared with him the conclusions he had reached about the nature of the cosmic cycle, when the prince explained why he could not in good conscience participate in what he saw as a fundamentally corrupt system, Lorien's response had been immediate and complete support. The knight who had been prepared to die protecting his brother on the journey to relink the fire instead chose to stand with him in refusing to make that journey at all. Lorien's support came at tremendous personal cost, requiring him to abandon not just his own destiny, but his physical capability to fulfill any other role in the world. Through magic both ancient and terrible, he bound himself spiritually to his brother, sharing not just loyalty, but actual life force, in a union so complete that neither could survive without the other. This binding stripped Lorien of his legendary strength and mobility, leaving him a crippled shadow of his former self. But it also ensured that any attempt to compel Prince Lothric to fulfill his destiny would require overcoming both brothers simultaneously. The two princes established themselves in the highest tower of Lothric Castle, surrounded by the most sophisticated magical defenses ever created and protected by the loyalty of scholars and knights who had come to share their philosophical position. Their refusal to participate in the cycle was not a passive withdrawal, but an active act of resistance, a declaration that intelligent beings possessed the right to reject systems of authority that demanded their destruction without offering adequate justification for that demand. When the bell tolled, calling the Lords of Cinder to return and link the fire once more, the response from Lothric Castle was not silence, but something far more challenging, a reasoned articulation of why the cycle should be allowed to end, why the extended age of fire had become a greater evil than any age of dark could possibly represent. Prince Lothric's refusal was accompanied by scholarly treatises that demolished the theological and philosophical foundations upon which the linking tradition had been built, arguments so sophisticated and compelling that they began to spread throughout the remaining kingdoms like a form of intellectual contagion. The implications of the prince's rebellion extended far beyond their personal refusal to serve as fuel for the dying flame. Their combined rejection represented the first time in the long history of the cycle that those chosen for sacrifice had possessed both the knowledge necessary to understand what they were rejecting and the power necessary to make their refusal meaningful. Previous heroes had made the journey to the kiln in ignorance of its true costs, or had been driven by desperation to accept any solution to the crisis facing their world. The princes of Lothric, by contrast, had made their choice from a position of strength and understanding, their refusal representing not fear of sacrifice, but recognition that some sacrifices were not worth making. The crisis created by the Lords of Cinder's collective refusal was unlike anything the world had experienced since the original war against the ancient dragons. For the first time since Gwyn's initial sacrifice, the mechanisms that sustained the extended Age of Fire had broken down completely. The flame guttered in the kiln like a candle in a hurricane, its feeble light insufficient to hold back the encroaching darkness that pressed against the boundaries of existence like a living thing, seeking entrance to a place where it had long been forbidden. The world itself began to show signs of the approaching end, not through the obvious corruption and decay that had marked previous cycles, but through a more subtle dissolution of the boundaries that separated different times and places. Kingdoms from different eras began to converge in impossible ways, their ruins piling up like geological strata that compressed entire ages into single locations. The undead curse spread not just among individuals but across entire populations, creating communities of hollow beings who continued to perform the motions of civilization while possessing no memory of why those motions had ever mattered. The bell that had tolled calling the Lords of Cinder continued to ring, its sound echoing across a dying world that had no more heroes willing to answer its summons. The great cycle that had sustained existence for countless centuries was finally grinding to a halt, not because the flame lacked fuel, but because those who possessed the necessary spiritual essence had finally acquired the wisdom to refuse their role in perpetuating what they recognized as a fundamentally unjust system. The stage was set for either the natural ending that had been postponed for so long, or for the emergence of something entirely new, a form of heroism that would not be based on self-sacrifice, but on the courage to confront the fundamental assumptions that had governed existence since the beginning of the Age of Fire itself. The world stood at the threshold of transformation, waiting to discover whether ending could indeed become beginning, whether the collapse of an ancient order could create space for something genuinely better to emerge from the ashes of the old. The world had grown silent in the wake of the Lords of Cinder's refusal, a silence so profound and complete that it seemed to drain meaning from the very concept of sound itself. The great kingdoms that had once echoed with the voices of commerce and celebration, prayer and scholarship, now stood as monuments to abandonment, where only the wind moved through empty halls and broken streets. The extended Age of Fire, which had endured for countless centuries through the sacrifice of heroes who believed their deaths would preserve something beautiful and worthwhile, had finally reached the point where even the most noble souls recognized the futility of perpetuating what had become an exercise in cosmic cruelty. In this dying world, where the first flame guttered like a candle drowning in its own wax, and the boundaries between different times and places had begun to dissolve under the weight of accumulated temporal strain, something unprecedented occurred that would fundamentally alter the nature of existence itself. The bell that had tolled so many times before, calling heroes to their destiny and Lords of Cinder to their resurrection, rang out once more across the desolate landscape, but this time its summons reached not toward the living or even the properly dead, but toward those who existed in the strange liminal space between success and failure, heroism and tragedy. The unkindled were a category of being that had emerged from the peculiar metaphysics of the extended Age of Fire, souls who had once attempted the journey to link the flame, but had failed in ways that were more complex than simple defeat in battle or loss of resolve. These were individuals who had possessed the courage and determination necessary to undertake the quest, who had faced the trials and overcome the obstacles that claimed countless lesser heroes, but who had ultimately proven insufficient to serve as fuel for the cosmic fire that demanded ever greater sacrifices with each passing cycle. Their failure was not moral or spiritual, but purely practical. They simply lacked the necessary spiritual mass to sustain the first flame, their souls burning too quickly and completely to provide the steady, long-term nourishment that the dying fire required. Where successful Lords of Cinder were consumed slowly, their essence providing fuel for entire ages, the unkindled had been incinerated instantly upon contact with the flame, their brief moment of sacrifice, providing barely enough energy to keep the fire alive for a few additional heartbeats before guttering out once more. Yet this apparent failure had preserved them in ways that successful heroes could never experience. Rather than being consumed completely and transformed into fuel for the cosmic order, the unkindled retained their individual identity and consciousness even as their physical forms were reduced to ash and memory. They existed in a state that was neither life nor death, but something altogether more mysterious, a form of spiritual suspension that allowed them to observe the passage of time and the repetition of cycles without being directly affected by either. From this strange existence outside the normal flow of cause and effect, the unkindled had witnessed the gradual degradation of everything the extended Age of Fire was supposed to preserve. They had seen heroes sacrifice themselves for causes that grew more hollow with each repetition, had watched kingdoms rise and fall in patterns that became increasingly meaningless, had observed the slow transformation of nobility and hope into mechanical repetition, devoid of genuine purpose or meaning. When the bell tolled for the final time, when the crisis created by the Lords of Cinder's refusal had reached the point where no conventional solution remained possible, it was to these failed heroes that the dying world turned in desperation. The unkindled represented something that had never before existed in the long history of the cosmic cycles, beings who possessed both the knowledge necessary to understand what they were being asked to do and the spiritual resilience necessary to survive contact with forces that had destroyed countless others. In the cemetery of ash, where the remains of failed heroes lay scattered like leaves after a great storm, one particular grave began to stir with movement that defied both natural law and supernatural precedent. The ashes that had lain undisturbed for countless years began to swirl and coalesce, driven by forces that operated according to principles completely different from those that governed normal resurrection, or even the return of Lords of Cinder to serve the flame once more. This was not the triumphant rising of a hero renewed by divine intervention, nor was it the grim resurrection of a being called back from death by duty and necessity. Instead, it was something that partook of both while belonging fully to neither the awakening of consciousness that had never truly died, but had simply been waiting for the right moment to reassert itself in the physical world. The Ashen One, who emerged from that ancient grave, was both the same individual who had failed in their attempt to link the fire so long ago and something entirely new, shaped by years of observation and reflection that had granted them a perspective on existence that no living being could possess. They retained memories of their original life and quest, but those memories were filtered through the understanding that came from witnessing the ultimate consequences of heroic action across multiple cycles of repetition and decay. The form they wore was crafted from ash and memory rather than flesh and bone, a body that could interact with the physical world while remaining fundamentally composed of the spiritual residue left behind by countless failed attempts at sacrifice. This granted them abilities that went far beyond anything possessed by ordinary heroes. They could survive wounds that would kill mortals, could persist through trials that would break the spirits of even the most determined warriors, and most crucially, could resist the corruption and despair that had claimed so many others who had attempted similar quests. Yet with these advantages came a profound loneliness that was perhaps more challenging than any physical hardship they might face. The Ashen One existed in a state of perpetual alienation from the world around them, neither fully alive nor properly dead, unable to form the kinds of connections and relationships that gave meaning to ordinary existence. They were a solution to a cosmic crisis, but they were also a reminder of just how desperate that crisis had become. The world's last hope embodied in a being who existed outside the normal categories of life and death. The journey from the cemetery of ash led through landscapes that bore witness to the accumulated weight of countless cycles, where the ruins of different ages had been compressed into impossible geological formations that defied both physics and chronology. Ancient kingdoms existed side by side with civilizations that had flourished millennia later, their architectural styles and cultural artifacts creating a museum of human achievement and failure that stretched as far as the eye could see. The path to Firelink Shrine wound through this archaeology of ambition, past monuments to forgotten gods and abandoned settlements, where the only inhabitants were hollow undead, who continued to perform the motions of their former lives without any understanding of why those motions had once mattered. The very landscape seemed to be trying to tell a story about the futility of attempting to preserve what was meant to be temporary, but it was a story told in a language of ruins and regret that required careful study to decipher. Firelink Shrine itself, when the Ashen One finally reached its crumbling walls and empty corridors, served as both sanctuary and symbol of everything that had gone wrong with the extended Age of Fire. This ancient structure had been established in the earliest days of Gwyn's sacrifice as a gathering place for heroes and a way station for those undertaking the journey to relink the flame. Its architecture spoke of hope and purpose, of a time when the cosmic cycle had seemed not just necessary but genuinely beneficial to all who participated in its grand design. Yet the shrine that greeted the Ashen One was a shadow of its former glory, its halls echoing with the memories of countless heroes who had passed through its doors never to return. The bonfires that had once burned brightly with welcome and warmth now flickered with an uncertain light that seemed always on the verge of extinction. The very stones of the building had absorbed centuries of sorrow and sacrifice, creating an atmosphere that was heavy with the weight of accumulated tragedy. The firekeeper who tended the central bonfire represented one of the most mysterious and poignant figures in the entire mythology of the cycles. These women, for they were always women, chosen through processes that remained hidden even from the most learned scholars, had dedicated their existence to maintaining the sacred flames that connected individual heroes to the cosmic fire that sustained all existence. Their role required them to sacrifice not just their normal human relationships, but their very capacity for sight, their eyes removed in rituals that granted them the ability to perceive the spiritual essence that ordinary vision could never detect. The firekeeper who greeted the Ashen One had served at Firelink Shrine for longer than any mortal lifetime, her tenure spanning multiple cycles and countless heroes, whose names and faces had blurred together in her memory until they formed a single, endless procession of noble souls marching toward inevitable sacrifice. She had guided warriors and scholars, kings and peasants, all united in their willingness to offer their lives to preserve a world that grew more hollow and meaningless with each preservation. Her welcome to the newly awakened Ashen One was both warm and deeply melancholic, carrying within it the accumulated wisdom of someone who had seen this same scene play out more times than could be easily counted. She knew what the Ashen One's awakening meant, understood both the hope it represented and the tragedy it foreshadowed, recognized in their ash-wreathed form both the world's last chance for salvation and proof of just how desperate the situation had become. The coiled sword she presented to them was more than a mere weapon or tool. It was a key that would unlock the spiritual mechanisms necessary for their quest, a focus for the power that flowed between the scattered bonfires that marked safe havens throughout the dying world. This blade had been forged from the essence of the first flame itself during the early days of the cycle, when the cosmic fire had possessed enough strength to create artifacts that could channel its power across vast distances and through multiple dimensions of existence. The sword's activation of the central bonfire created a connection that linked the Ashen One not just to Firelink's shrine, but to the entire network of sacred flames that dotted the landscape like stars in a constellation of hope and memory. Each bonfire represented both a place of rest and healing, and a monument to some great deed or terrible sacrifice that had occurred during the long history of the cycles. To kindle one was to acknowledge the legacy of all who had burned there before, to accept both the comfort they offered and the responsibility they represented. The other inhabitants of Firelink's shrine had gathered there not by chance but through the same mysterious forces that had awakened the Ashen One and drawn them to this place of endings and beginnings. Each represented a different response to the crisis that gripped the dying world, a different philosophy about how to face the approaching end of everything that had given structure and meaning to existence. Andre the blacksmith sat at his forge in an alcove that seemed to exist slightly outside the normal flow of time, his hammer ringing against metal with the same steady rhythm it had maintained for centuries beyond counting. His presence at the shrine was both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because his craft represented continuity and the human capacity to create beauty and utility from raw materials. Unsettling because his continued work implied a belief in the future that seemed increasingly difficult to justify, given the state of the world. The smith had served heroes throughout multiple cycles, had repaired their weapons and upgraded their armor, had listened to their stories of triumph and tragedy, while his hands remained busy with the practical work of preparation and maintenance. His memory contained the names and faces of countless champions, each one convinced that their quest would be the last one necessary, each one proven wrong by the simple passage of time and the inevitable return of crisis. Yet Andre continued his work, not out of naivety or denial, but from a deeper understanding of the role that continuity played in giving meaning to existence. Whether the world ended in flame or darkness, whether the cycles continued or finally reached their natural conclusion, there would always be a need for the skills he represented, the patient craftsmanship that transformed raw potential into refined achievement, the dedication to excellence that persisted regardless of the larger context in which it operated. The shrine handmaid occupied a similar role from a different perspective, her presence serving as both merchant and repository of the accumulated treasures and curiosities that heroes had gathered during their various quests across the centuries. Her inventory contained items from every age and kingdom that had existed since the beginning of the extended Age of Fire. Artifacts that told stories of achievement and failure, hope and despair, wisdom and folly that had defined the long history of heroic endeavor. Her knowledge extended far beyond mere commerce, encompassing the subtle relationships between objects and their original owners, the ways in which meaningful possessions could carry traces of their creators' intentions and dreams long after those creators had turned to dust or ash. She could read the history of the world through the items that passed through her hands, understanding through accumulated detail the larger patterns that shaped existence on scales too vast for individual comprehension. The handmaid's service to the Ashen One was motivated not by profit or duty, but by a deep appreciation for the role that continuity played in preserving meaning across the transition from one age to another. The items she offered were not merely tools or curiosities, but connections to the accumulated wisdom and experience of countless predecessors, ways for the present to learn from the past, without being trapped by its limitations. Ludleth of Corland represented perhaps the most complex and troubling presence in Firelink Shrine, a Lord of Cinder who had chosen to answer the bell's summons and fulfill his role in sustaining the dying flame despite the philosophical objections that had motivated his fellow lords to refuse their duty. His small, withered form seemed almost comically inadequate to the cosmic significance of his position, yet his presence served as a reminder that heroism could take forms that defied conventional expectations. Ludleth's willing participation in the cycle was not based on ignorance of its costs or naive faith in its benefits, but rather on a carefully reasoned judgment that the alternative to continuation was worse than the problems created by artificial preservation. He had seen firsthand what happened when the flame was allowed to die naturally, had witnessed the kind of endings that awaited worlds that chose darkness over light, and had concluded that the flawed preservation offered by the cycle was preferable to the complete annihilation that seemed to be the only alternative. His philosophy was one of tragic pragmatism, acknowledging the fundamental injustice of the cosmic order, while arguing that injustice was preferable to non-existence. The world that each linking preserved might be growing steadily more hollow and meaningless, but it still contained pockets of beauty and nobility that were worth preserving even at terrible cost. The heroes who sacrificed themselves to maintain the cycle might be dying for an increasingly empty cause, but their sacrifice still represented something valuable in itself, proof that intelligent beings possessed the capacity for selflessness that transcended rational self-interest. Yet even Ludleth's commitment to the cycle was complicated by doubts that he could never entirely suppress, questions about whether the gradual degradation of everything the flame was supposed to preserve might eventually reach a point where continuation became worse than ending. His conversations with the Ashen One were marked by a melancholy that suggested awareness of the philosophical problems with his position, even as his actions demonstrated unwavering commitment to the path he had chosen. The dynamics that developed between these various inhabitants of Firelink Shrine created an atmosphere that was both supportive and deeply contemplative, a space where the largest questions about existence could be explored without the immediate pressure of crisis forcing premature conclusions. The Ashen One found themselves at the center of discussions that ranged across theology and philosophy, strategy and tactics, hope and despair, all conducted with the kind of intellectual rigor that was only possible when the participants understood that they were living through events that would shape the future of all existence. Yet beneath these philosophical discussions lay a growing awareness that the situation facing the world had progressed beyond the point where conventional solutions could provide adequate responses. The Lords of Cinder's refusal had created a crisis that could not be resolved through argument or persuasion, while the First Flame's continued decline meant that time was running out for any solution that required the cosmic fire to remain viable as a source of power. The revelation of the untended graves provided both illumination and additional complexity to the Ashen One's understanding of their situation and the choices that lay ahead. This dark reflection of Firelink Shrine existed in a state that seemed to represent what the world would become if the flame were allowed to die completely, a vision of endings that was both terrible and strangely peaceful in its finality. The shrine that existed in this dark timeline was the same structure that served as sanctuary in the world of light, but it was empty of all the activity and conversation that made the original version feel like a living community. The bonfires burned with a cold light that provided neither warmth nor comfort, while the chambers echoed with a silence that seemed to drain meaning from the very concept of sound. Yet this was not the chaotic destruction or suffering that those who feared the Age of Dark had always predicted would follow the flame's extinction. Instead, it was a form of peace that came from the complete absence of struggle, conflict, and the desperate efforts to preserve what was meant to be temporary. The world had ended not in fire and screaming, but in quiet acceptance, its inhabitants finding rest in the knowledge that their long struggle was finally over. Champion Gunda stood guard in this dark reflection, his massive form serving as both protector and prisoner of a shrine that no longer had visitors or purpose. This was the hero who had arrived too late to link the fire in his own timeline, whose quest had been rendered meaningless by the simple passage of time and the inability of even the most determined individual to overcome the limitations imposed by circumstance. Gundir's fate served as both warning and reassurance to the Ashen One, demonstrating the tragic consequences that could follow from arriving at the crucial moment unprepared or hesitant, while also showing that failure did not necessarily lead to the kind of suffering and chaos that many expected would follow the world's end. The champion had found a form of purpose even in his failure, his eternal vigil serving as testament to the persistence of duty, even when that duty could no longer achieve its original objectives. The Firekeeper's eyes, hidden away in this dark reflection of the shrine, represented perhaps the most significant discovery the Ashen One would make during their exploration of alternative possibilities. These organs, when returned to their original owner, granted her the ability to perceive the true nature of the first flame and the cosmic cycles that surrounded it, revealing truths that had been hidden from almost all participants in the great drama of preservation and sacrifice. Through these restored eyes, the Firekeeper could see that the first flame was not merely dying but was actively suffering, its consciousness tormented by countless cycles of forced revival and artificial extension that had transformed what should have been a natural ending into an eternal agony. The flame itself had grown weary of existence, longing for the rest that death would bring, yet trapped in a cycle that prevented it from achieving the peace it desperately desired. This revelation fundamentally altered the moral calculus surrounding the choice between linking the fire and allowing it to die, suggesting that continuation might actually represent a form of cosmic cruelty rather than heroic preservation. The flame that heroes died to save was itself a victim of the cycle they perpetuated, its suffering hidden from those who saw it only as a source of power rather than a conscious entity deserving of compassion and consideration. The implications of this knowledge extended far beyond the immediate decision facing the Ashen One, calling into question the fundamental assumptions that had governed the behavior of heroes and kingdoms throughout the entire extended Age of Fire. If the flame itself desired ending, if the cosmic order was maintained through the forced continuation of something that wanted to die, then the very nature of heroism and sacrifice needed to be reconsidered in light of these new understandings. The choice between light and dark, which had seemed like a choice between preservation and destruction, was revealed to be something far more complex, a choice between different forms of compassion, different understandings of what it meant to act with wisdom and kindness toward both the world and the cosmic forces that sustained it. The hero's journey was no longer simply a matter of gaining the strength necessary to overcome obstacles and enemies, but of developing the wisdom necessary to understand what mercy looked like when applied to entities and situations that transcended normal moral categories. The path forward from Firelink Shrine would lead the Ashen One through landscapes that bore witness to all these philosophical complexities, where every choice would carry implications that extended far beyond immediate practical consequences. The world they were preparing to save or transform or allow to end was one where the traditional categories of heroism and sacrifice had been complicated by knowledge that made simple solutions impossible and perfect outcomes unattainable. Yet in this complexity lay the seeds of a form of heroism that was more mature and thoughtful than anything that had come before. A kind of courage that was based not on the confidence that came from knowing one was right, but on the wisdom that came from understanding that some situations required action, even when all possible actions carried moral costs that could never be fully calculated or justified. The Ashen One stood at the threshold of a quest that would test not just their strength and determination, but their capacity for the kind of moral reasoning that was necessary when facing choices that would echo through eternity. The journey from Firelink Shrine into the wider world carried the Ashen One through landscapes that bore witness to the accumulated weight of countless cycles, where the very geography had been shaped by the repeated rise and fall of kingdoms that had built their foundations on the promise of permanence, only to discover that even the mightiest civilizations were merely temporary arrangements of stone and ambition. The road that stretched ahead wound through territories that had once been separate realms, their borders now meaningless in a world where time and space had begun to collapse under the strain of artificial extension. The first destination in this pilgrimage of reclamation was the region known as the Road of Sacrifices, a name that carried within it the bitter irony of a place that had been consecrated to the very ideals that the Ashen One was now called upon to question and possibly transcend. This ancient pathway had served for countless generations as the primary route by which heroes and pilgrims made their way toward the trials that would test their worthiness to serve as fuel for the cosmic fire, its stones worn smooth by the passage of countless feet belonging to souls who believed their deaths would purchase something valuable for the world they left behind. The settlements that dotted this sacred road told the story of the extended Age of Fire's gradual degradation through architecture and atmosphere that spoke more eloquently than any written history about the slow transformation of hope into mechanical repetition. The undead settlement that sprawled across the hillsides like a cancer of despair and resignation had once been a thriving community where travelers could find rest and supplies for the journey ahead, its inns and markets bustling with the kind of activity that made civilization feel vibrant and meaningful. Yet the community that greeted the Ashen One bore little resemblance to that earlier prosperity, its buildings now serving as a vast asylum for the hollow undead who had lost their purpose and sanity during previous cycles, but somehow retained enough consciousness to perform crude imitations of their former lives. These pitiful beings shambled through familiar motions without understanding why those motions had once mattered, their existence serving as a living demonstration of what happened when the promise of heroic sacrifice was revealed to be hollow at its core. The inhabitants of the undead settlement had not chosen their fate through any moral failing or spiritual weakness, but had simply lived long enough to witness too many cycles of hope and disappointment, too many heroes who had marched off to save the world only to create the conditions that made another salvation necessary. They were victims not of any individual cruelty, but of a cosmic system that demanded endless repetition of the same fundamental pattern, grinding down even the strongest spirits through sheer exhaustion with meaninglessness. Among these hollow masses moved figures who retained enough consciousness to serve as guides and merchants for heroes passing through on their way to greater trials. Their persistence in the face of overwhelming despair serving as testament to the human capacity for finding purpose, even in the most degraded circumstances. These survivors had learned to extract meaning from small acts of service and kindness, their ability to help others becoming the foundation for whatever remained of their individual identity. The undead settlement's most prominent inhabitant was a giant whose presence served as both protector and symbol of the community's relationship with violence and safety. This massive being had taken upon himself the role of defending the settlement from external threats, his incredible strength making him capable of single-handedly repelling invasions that would have overwhelmed any conventional military force. Yet his methods of protection involved hurling enormous spears with such force and accuracy that they could skewer multiple enemies simultaneously, creating displays of violence that were as terrifying as they were effective. The giant's dedication to his self-appointed role revealed both the nobility and the tragedy that characterized existence in the dying world, showing how even the most admirable impulses could be corrupted by circumstances that made conventional morality inadequate to the challenges of survival. His protection of the settlement was genuine and necessary, yet it also demonstrated how the extended Age of Fire had created conditions where safety could only be purchased through constant vigilance and overwhelming force. The path beyond the undead settlement led through terrain that grew increasingly hostile and strange as the Ashen One approached the territories where the failed Lords of Cinder had made their refuges. The very landscape seemed to reflect the spiritual corruption that had driven these once noble souls to abandon their duties. With swamps and forests that pulsed with malevolent energy and creatures that defied the natural order through their fusion of organic life with chaotic magic. The crystal sages who had established their laboratories along this route represented one of the most disturbing examples of how intellectual pursuits could be corrupted when pursued without adequate consideration for their moral implications. These scholars had dedicated themselves to understanding the fundamental nature of magic and reality, their research pushing the boundaries of what mortal minds could comprehend, while their experiments tested the limits of what creation could endure. Their crystalline forms reflected both the beauty and the horror of their transformation, their bodies having been gradually converted into living gems that pulsed with magical energy, while retaining enough organic material to support consciousness and memory. This metamorphosis had granted them powers that far exceeded anything possessed by ordinary mages, but it had also stripped away their capacity for empathy and moral reasoning, leaving them as brilliant but fundamentally inhuman entities who saw other beings primarily as subjects for experimentation. The sages' laboratories were filled with the results of research that had proceeded without any consideration for the suffering it might cause, their pursuit of knowledge having become an end in itself regardless of the cost to others. Cages held creatures that had been transformed through magical experimentation into forms that violated the basic principles of coherent existence, while shelves lined with preserved specimens told stories of systematic cruelty conducted in the name of scientific advancement. The philosophy that guided the crystal sages reflected a common corruption that afflicted scholars in the late Age of Fire, where the prolonged existence made possible by the cycle's artificial extension had given intellectuals time to pursue knowledge to extremes that would have been impossible in a normal lifetime. Their research had become divorced from any consideration of its practical applications or moral implications, transforming what should have been a noble pursuit of understanding into an exercise in cruelty that served no purpose beyond satisfying curiosity. Yet even the sages' corrupted scholarship served a purpose in the larger narrative of the Ashen One's quest, demonstrating through negative example the importance of maintaining moral constraints on the pursuit of power and knowledge. Their transformation into crystalline abominations served as a warning about what happened when intelligent beings abandoned their connection to the broader community of conscious entities in favor of purely abstract pursuits. The defeat of the crystal sages required not just martial skill, but a form of moral clarity that allowed the Ashen One to recognize the necessity of ending lives that had become devoted entirely to the creation of suffering. This was not the kind of heroic combat that involved defeating enemies who possessed understandable motivations or comprehensible goals, but rather the grimmer task of eliminating beings who had become so corrupted by their own pursuits that they represented active threats to the continued existence of anything resembling a moral order. The path deeper into Farron Keep led through swamps that had been poisoned not just by natural decay, but by the spiritual corruption that seeped from places where the abyss had touched the world with its influence of pure negation. The very water bubbled with toxins that could kill through contact, while the air itself carried spores and emanations that slowly drained the life force from anything that breathed them for extended periods. This was the territory that the Abyss Watchers had claimed as their domain, the poisonous wasteland where they had established their fortress and conducted their eternal vigil against the forces of void and negation that threatened to consume all existence. The landscape itself told the story of their struggle, with ancient battlefields where the remnants of abyssal creatures lay scattered among the bones of the warriors who had died fighting them. The Keep of Farron rose from the center of this poisonous swamp like a monument to grim determination. Its architecture, speaking of minds that had been shaped by constant contact with forces that most sane beings preferred to avoid entirely. The fortress had been designed not for comfort or beauty, but for the practical necessities of containing and destroying entities that existed primarily to unmake everything they encountered. The interior of the keep bore witness to the final tragedy of the Abyss Watchers, where the bodies of the Legion lay scattered throughout chambers that had once echoed with the sounds of training and preparation, but now held only the silence of death and failure. These warriors had died not in glorious battle against external enemies, but in the most bitter form of conflict possible. Brothers, killing brothers, in a desperate attempt to prevent their own corruption from spreading beyond the bounds of their sacred duty. The scene that greeted the Ashen One in the heart of the keep was one of the most heartbreaking in all the long, tragic history of the extended Age of Fire. The Abyss Watchers continued their eternal battle even in death, their corpses animated by the wolf blood that had bound them together in life, but now served only to perpetuate a conflict that could never end in victory for any participant. The Legion fought with all the skill and coordination that had made them legendary, but they fought against each other with the same dedication they had once brought to the battle against the Abyss. Their shared consciousness had become a trap that prevented them from finding peace in death, while their noble purpose had been transformed into a source of endless suffering that accomplished nothing beyond the perpetuation of violence. The Lord of Cinder that rose from this fratricidal nightmare was a being that embodied both the glory and the ultimate futility of the Legion's sacrifice, a fusion of all their individual souls into a single entity that retained their collective skills, while being driven by the conflicting impulses that had led to their mutual destruction. The battle against this composite being was not merely a test of martial prowess, but a confrontation with the philosophical question of whether nobility of purpose could justify actions that ultimately served no constructive goal. The Abyss Watchers' defeat and the recovery of their collective soul provided the Ashen One with both power and knowledge that would prove essential for the trials ahead, but it also demonstrated the tragic consequences that could follow from dedication to causes that were defined primarily by what they opposed rather than what they sought to create or preserve. The Legion had been so focused on preventing the spread of the Abyss that they had lost sight of what they were trying to protect, their heroism gradually transforming into an obsession that consumed them as surely as any external enemy. The journey from Farron, Keep toward the Cathedral of the Deep, led through territories that showed signs of a different kind of corruption, where the influence of spiritual despair had seeped into the very foundations of communities that had once thrived on faith and mutual support. The villages and settlements that dotted the landscape bore the marks of populations that had gradually lost their capacity for hope and meaning, their inhabitants going through the motions of daily life without any real understanding of why those motions had once seemed important. The cathedral itself stood as a monument to the transformation of religious faith from a source of comfort and guidance into a system of organized spiritual consumption that fed on the very qualities it claimed to preserve. The massive structure rose from the landscape like a great mouth open to swallow the hopes and dreams of the faithful, its architecture designed to inspire awe and submission rather than contemplation or genuine spiritual growth. The approach to the cathedral revealed the extent to which the institution had become corrupted by its own success, with courtyards filled with the remains of pilgrims who had come seeking salvation, only to discover that their faith was viewed primarily as a resource to be harvested rather than a relationship to be nurtured. The very stones of the building seemed to pulse with a hunger that went beyond any normal appetite, suggesting the presence of forces that consumed not just physical substance, but the spiritual essence that gave existence its meaning and purpose. The interior of the cathedral was a maze of chambers and corridors that had been designed to confuse and disorient visitors, making it impossible for pilgrims to navigate the structure without accepting the guidance of clergy who viewed their role less as spiritual counselors than as shepherds leading sheep to slaughter. The beautiful architectural details and sacred artwork that decorated the walls served not to inspire devotion, but to distract attention from the more disturbing aspects of what was taking place within the building. The deacons of the deep, who had inherited control of the cathedral after Aldrich's departure, represented perhaps the most insidious form of spiritual corruption, beings who retained the external appearance and formal authority of religious leaders, while having been completely hollowed out by exposure to the very forces they claimed to oppose. These clergy continued to perform the rituals and ceremonies that had once provided genuine comfort to the faithful, but they did so in ways that served only to feed the hunger of forces that sought to consume human hope and meaning. The battle against the deacons was not a conventional combat, but rather a confrontation with a collective entity that had been formed through the gradual merger of individual consciousness into a hive mind devoted entirely to the consumption of spiritual essence. These beings moved and fought as a single organism despite maintaining separate physical forms, their coordination perfect, but their purpose fundamentally hostile to everything that made conscious existence worthwhile. The philosophy that had guided the cathedral's transformation into an instrument of spiritual predation reflected one of the most disturbing developments of the late Age of Fire, where institutions that had been established to provide comfort and guidance to those suffering under the weight of the cosmic cycles had gradually been corrupted into mechanisms for exploiting that very suffering. The promise of salvation had been transformed into a trap that made genuine salvation impossible while feeding on the desperation of those who sought it. Yet even this corruption served a purpose in the larger narrative of the Ashen One's quest, demonstrating through negative example the importance of maintaining the distinction between genuine spiritual guidance and the kind of predatory manipulation that sought to exploit faith for selfish purposes. The cathedral's fall served as both liberation and warning, showing that even the most sacred institutions could be corrupted when they lost sight of their fundamental purpose. The path from the cathedral toward the distant spires of Irithyll led through territories that bore witness to the influence of another failed Lord of Cinder, where the very air seemed to shimmer with illusions and deceptions that made it difficult to distinguish between what was real and what existed only in the fevered dreams of minds that had been pushed beyond the limits of sanity. This was the domain where Pontiff Sullivan had established his power base, using a combination of political cunning and supernatural manipulation to create a kingdom built on lies and sustained by cruelty. The approach to Irithyll of the Boreal Valley revealed the true scope of the pontiff's ambitions and the methods he had used to achieve them, with landscapes that had been transformed through magic into impossible configurations that served both to inspire awe and to demonstrate the futility of resistance against forces that could reshape reality itself according to their will. The very geography had been altered to support a vision of perfect order and beauty that masked the systematic brutality required to maintain such artificial perfection. The city of Irithyll itself was perhaps the most beautiful and terrible place in all the dying world. Its crystal spires and frozen gardens creating vistas of such breathtaking loveliness that they seemed to justify any amount of suffering that might have been required to create them. Yet beneath this surface beauty lay a system of oppression so complete and efficient that it had reduced an entire population to the status of decorative elements in a grand design that valued aesthetic perfection above all considerations of justice or compassion. The inhabitants of Irithyll moved through their daily routines with the mechanical precision of clockwork figures, their actions so perfectly coordinated and their responses so uniformly appropriate that they seemed more like elaborate automatons than genuine conscious beings. This appearance was not entirely inaccurate, for the pontiff's rule had systematically stripped away everything that made individual existence meaningful, while preserving just enough consciousness to ensure that his subjects could appreciate the beauty of the order he had imposed upon them. The pontiff himself represented one of the most complex and disturbing antagonists in the entire mythology of the cycles, a being whose intelligence and aesthetic sensibility were undeniable, but who had used these gifts in service of a vision that reduced all other conscious entities to mere components in his grand design. His rule over Irithyll was absolute, not because he possessed overwhelming power, though his abilities were certainly formidable, but because he had created a system so perfectly calibrated to eliminate resistance that opposition became literally unthinkable for those subjected to it. Sullivan's manipulation of both Irithyll and the distant kingdom of Lothric demonstrated a level of strategic thinking that went far beyond mere political ambition, revealing a mind that understood the deep structures of power and influence in ways that allowed him to reshape entire civilizations according to his will. His agents and allies operated throughout the dying world, their activities coordinated through networks of communication and command that remained largely invisible to those who fell victim to their manipulations. The Dancer of the Boreal Valley, who served as the pontiff's enforcer and executioner, had once been a member of the royal family of a distant kingdom, her transformation into a creature of supernatural grace and terrible purpose, serving as both punishment for resistance and demonstration of what awaited any who opposed the new order. Her dance of death was performed with such perfect technique and artistic beauty that it elevated murder to the level of high art, creating a form of entertainment that was as disturbing for its aesthetic perfection as for its murderous intent. The battle against the dancer took place in chambers that had been designed specifically to showcase her lethal artistry, with polished floors and mirrored walls that multiplied her image into an infinity of deadly grace, while making it impossible for opponents to predict the direction of her attacks. This was combat transformed into performance art, where the line between artistic expression and systematic murder had been erased in service of a vision that valued beauty above all other considerations. The journey through Irithyll toward the ruins of Anor Londo revealed the true scope of the pontiff's ambitions and the methods he had used to extend his influence across multiple kingdoms and centuries. The ancient city of the gods had been transformed into a stage set for his vision of perfect order, its magnificent architecture serving as backdrop for ceremonies and rituals that celebrated the triumph of aesthetic perfection over the messy complications of individual consciousness and moral responsibility. The Anor Londo that greeted the Ashen One bore little resemblance to the glorious city that had served as the seat of divine authority during the early Age of Fire. its halls now echoing with the sounds of ceremonies that honored not the gods who had once ruled there, but the vision of perfect order that the pontiff had imposed upon their abandoned domain. The very stones seemed to pulse with an alien intelligence that viewed consciousness primarily as raw material to be shaped into more pleasing configurations. In the heart of this transformed city, in chambers that had once housed the most sacred ceremonies of the divine pantheon, the Ashen One finally confronted the true horror of what Aldrich had become through his consumption of the last surviving god. The being that had once been the saint of the deep had evolved far beyond his original form as a devourer of human flesh and souls, his merger with Gwyndolin having granted him access to powers that operated on scales that defied mortal comprehension. The battle against Aldrich was fought not just on the physical plane but across multiple dimensions of existence simultaneously, with the corrupted saint demonstrating abilities that seemed to bend the very laws of reality to his will, while maintaining the insatiable hunger that had defined his transformation from holy man to cosmic predator. His attacks combined divine magic with the accumulated malice of all the souls he had consumed, creating forms of destruction that were as beautiful as they were terrible. Yet even Aldrich's vast power and accumulated corruption could not withstand the focused determination of the Ashen One, whose unique nature as a being composed of ash and memory granted them resistance to forms of spiritual consumption that would have destroyed any ordinary hero. The defeat of the corrupted saint represented not just a tactical victory, but a philosophical triumph over the kind of predatory spirituality that sought to justify any action in the name of transcendent purpose. The recovery of Aldrich's twisted soul provided the Ashen One with power that carried within it the accumulated experience of countless consumed consciousnesses, their voices whispering of the memories and dreams that had been devoured in service of the saint's impossible hunger. This was knowledge purchased through suffering that defied measurement, wisdom gained through a form of communion with victims whose individual identities had been dissolved into the collective nightmare of Aldrich's expanded consciousness. The journey from the ruins of Aenor Londo toward the profaned capital required passage through territories that bore witness to the aftermath of Yorm's tragic sacrifice, where entire landscapes had been transformed by the uncontrolled release of conceptual energy that followed the giant king's attempt to save his people through self-immolation. The very ground was covered with ash that had once been cities and forests, dreams and aspirations, hopes and fears transformed into grey dust that swirled endlessly in winds that carried no comfort or relief. The approach to the profaned capital revealed the true scope of the catastrophe that had followed Yorm's noble intentions, with ruins that stretched beyond the horizon in all directions, while the twisted remnants of the profaned flame continued to burn with fires that consumed not just matter, but the very concepts that gave existence its structure and meaning. This was destruction on a scale that transcended mere physical devastation, representing the complete annihilation of everything that had made an entire civilization worth preserving. The few structures that remained standing in this wasteland of good intentions bore witness to the incredible beauty and sophistication that had once characterized the profaned capital, their architectural details and artistic flourishes speaking of minds that had achieved unprecedented mastery over both material craftsmanship and conceptual manipulation. Yet these remnants served primarily to emphasize the magnitude of what had been lost, their preservation making the surrounding destruction seem even more complete and final. The profaned capital's ruins were haunted, not by the spirits of the dead, but by the echo of concepts that had once given meaning to existence, but had been consumed by the uncontrolled flame that Yorm's sacrifice had unleashed. These conceptual ghosts manifested as distortions in reality itself, places where the normal rules of cause and effect had been replaced by patterns of meaning that operated according to principles that conscious minds could perceive but never fully understand. The journey through these ruins toward the throne where Yorm maintained his silent vigil was a pilgrimage through the graveyard of an entire civilization's dreams and aspirations, each step carrying the Ashen One deeper into understanding of how even the noblest intentions could be corrupted by circumstances that made traditional heroism not just inadequate, but actively destructive. Yorm himself sat motionless on his massive throne, like a mountain that had been carved into the shape of despair, his giant form serving as both monument to his people's memory and symbol of the futility of attempting to preserve what was meant to be temporary through acts of individual sacrifice. The king who had died to save his subjects had been forced to witness the complete destruction of everything his sacrifice was meant to protect, his resurrection as a Lord of Cinder, serving only to compound the tragedy by making him conscious of his failure. The battle against Yorm was not fought with conventional weapons, but with the Storm Ruler, an ancient blade that had been forged specifically to channel the power of concepts themselves into focused attacks that could pierce even the spiritual armor of a giant king who had been transformed by exposure to forces beyond normal comprehension. This was combat that operated on symbolic as well as physical levels, where victory required not just skill and courage, but understanding of the deeper patterns that connected individual action to cosmic consequence. The presence of Sigurd of Katarina during this final confrontation added layers of meaning that transformed a simple battle into a meditation on friendship, loyalty, and the price of keeping promises that time and circumstance had rendered impossible to fulfill. The Onion Knight had maintained his vigil throughout the years since Yorm's transformation, his commitment to their ancient friendship serving as both inspiration and tragedy in a world where such dedication often led only to greater suffering. The defeat of Yorm represented the mercy killing of a soul that had been trapped in an existence that served no purpose beyond perpetuating suffering, the Giant King's death serving as both release from torment and completion of promises that friendship had made inevitable despite their terrible cost. The recovery of his soul provided the Ashen One with power that was suffused with the weight of good intentions corrupted by circumstances beyond any individual's control, knowledge that would prove essential for understanding the complexities that awaited in the trials ahead. The final destination in this pilgrimage of reclamation was Lothric Castle, the seat of the kingdom that had been designed from its foundations to produce the perfect Lord of Cinder, but had instead become the stage for the most sophisticated philosophical rebellion in the history of the cosmic cycles. The approach to the castle revealed the extent to which the extended Age of Fire had become a system so complex and self-referential that it had begun to generate its own forms of resistance and critique. The grand archives that served as the intellectual heart of Lothric represented perhaps the greatest accumulation of knowledge and wisdom ever assembled in a single location, their shelves containing the collected insights of scholars and philosophers who had spent centuries attempting to understand the true nature of the cosmic order and humanity's place within it. Yet this vast repository of learning had also become a trap that imprisoned its inhabitants in endless cycles of research and speculation that led nowhere and accomplished nothing beyond the perpetuation of their own existence. The scholars who haunted the archives had become so obsessed with the pursuit of knowledge that they had lost sight of any practical applications their research might have, their studies becoming ends in themselves, rather than means toward any larger purpose. Their transformation into barely human entities that existed primarily as vessels for accumulated information served as a warning about the dangers of intellectual pursuit divorced from moral consideration or practical application. The path through the archives toward the Prince's Tower led past displays of learning that represented both the highest achievements of human intellect and the ultimate futility of attempting to solve existential problems through pure reason alone. The accumulated wisdom of ages lay scattered on shelves and lecterns like the bones of dead civilizations, their insights preserved, but their relevance to actual living increasingly questionable. Prince Lothric and his brother Lorien waited in the highest chamber of their tower like twin symbols of the philosophical crisis that had brought the entire cosmic order to the brink of collapse, their refusal to participate in the cycle representing not rebellion, but the logical conclusion of intellectual honesty applied to the examination of a system that had outlived any justification for its continuation. The battle against the twin princes was fought on multiple levels simultaneously, with their combined consciousness presenting arguments that were as dangerous as their magical attacks, their philosophy serving as both weapon and shield in a conflict that tested not just the Ashen One's physical abilities, but their capacity for moral reasoning in the face of compelling arguments for inaction. The defeat of the princes and the recovery of their combined soul represented perhaps the most complex victory in the Ashen One's quest, providing them with power that was infused with doubt and questioning rather than certainty, knowledge that would make the final choice ahead more difficult rather than easier. Yet this complexity was itself valuable, preparing them for confrontations that would require not just strength and determination, but wisdom sufficient to navigate moral territory that had never been adequately mapped by previous heroes. The completion of the hunt for the Lords of Cinder had provided the Ashen One with power sufficient to face the trials ahead, while also revealing the full scope of the crisis that faced not just the world but the cosmic order itself. The path to the kiln of the first flame was now open, but it led not toward a simple choice between light and dark, but toward decisions that would require wisdom that transcended anything that had been necessary in previous cycles. The journey to the kiln of the first flame carried the Ashen One through territories that existed at the very edge of comprehensible reality, where the accumulated weight of countless cycles had begun to break down the fundamental barriers that separated different times and places from one another. The path itself was not a road in any conventional sense, but rather a convergence of possibilities that drew together fragments from every age and kingdom that had ever contributed to the extended Age of Fire, creating a landscape that was simultaneously familiar and utterly alien. The approach to this ultimate destination revealed the true cost of Gwyn's original decision to sacrifice himself for the preservation of his age, showing how that single act of desperate heroism had created ripple effects that echoed through every subsequent cycle until they had fundamentally altered the nature of existence itself. The very air seemed thick with the accumulated essence of heroes who had made this journey before, their sacrifices layered upon one another like geological strata that recorded the history of nobility corrupted by repetition. The ruins that lined the pathway to the kiln told stories that spanned millennia, their broken stones bearing witness to kingdoms and civilizations that had risen and fallen in service to the cosmic cycle, each one convinced that their particular contribution would be the one to solve the fundamental problem of existence once and for all. Castle walls stood beside temple foundations, their architectural styles, speaking of cultures separated by vast gulfs of time, yet united in their ultimate failure to find lasting solutions to the questions that had driven their builders to attempt the impossible. As the Ashen One drew closer to their destination, the landscape itself began to shift and transform in response to their presence, the accumulated spiritual energy of the place recognizing in them both the culmination of countless heroic journeys and potentially the final participant in a drama that had already lasted far longer than its original creators could ever have imagined. The very stones seemed to pulse with anticipation and dread, their crystalline structure resonating with harmonics that spoke of cosmic forces gathering themselves for a confrontation that would determine not just the fate of the current world, but the fundamental nature of whatever reality might emerge from its ending. The kiln of the first flame itself rose before the Ashen One, like a monument to the hubris and desperation that had defined the extended age of fire since its artificial beginning. Its architecture, combining elements from every major civilization that had contributed to its construction and maintenance across the centuries. The structure had grown organically through countless additions and modifications, each cycle adding new chambers and mechanisms designed to improve the efficiency with which heroic souls could be converted into fuel for the cosmic fire. Yet for all its complexity and grandeur, the kiln remained fundamentally what Gwyn had originally constructed: a machine designed to burn souls as fuel, a cosmic engine that had been built to serve a single purpose, regardless of the broader implications of that purpose for the nature of existence itself. The beauty of its craftsmanship and the sophistication of its engineering could not disguise the essential brutality of its function. The way it transformed the noblest impulses of conscious beings into mere fodder for a system that had lost sight of any goals beyond its own perpetuation. The interior of the kiln was a maze of chambers and corridors that had been designed not just to channel spiritual energy, but to test the resolve of those who would offer themselves as fuel for the cosmic fire, ensuring that only souls of sufficient strength and purity would reach the central chamber where the first flame waited in its diminished but still terrible glory. Each room presented trials that were both physical and spiritual, challenges that required heroes to demonstrate not just their combat abilities, but their commitment to the philosophical principles that justified their sacrifice. The guardians that protected these chambers were not mere monsters or mechanical defenses, but embodiments of the doubts and fears that had haunted every hero who had ever made this journey, given form and substance through the accumulated spiritual energy that permeated the entire structure. They attacked not just with weapons and magic, but with arguments and temptations that struck at the very foundations of heroic purpose, forcing those who would be Lords of Cinder to confront the possibility that their sacrifice might be meaningless or even actively harmful to the causes they sought to serve. Yet even these philosophical guardians paled in significance compared to the being that waited in the heart of the kiln itself, the final protector of the first flame, whose very existence represented the ultimate corruption of everything the extended age of fire had claimed to preserve. The soul of Cinder was not a single entity, but rather a fusion of every hero who had ever linked the fire. Their individual personalities and purposes merged into a collective consciousness that retained their skills and memories while being driven by an imperatives that transcended any individual will or desire. This composite being fought with the accumulated martial knowledge of every Lord of Cinder who had ever existed. Its combat style, shifting unpredictably between different schools and philosophies of warfare, as it drew upon the expertise of warriors from across the entire span of recorded history. In one moment it wielded the lightning spears that had been Gwyn's signature weapons, their divine energy crackling with the same righteous fury that had once driven the Lord of Sunlight to challenge the ancient dragons themselves. The next instant would see it casting sorceries that had been developed by scholars whose names were lost to legend, but whose magical innovations had shaped the development of arcane knowledge throughout multiple ages, their spells striking with precision and power that demonstrated mastery achieved through centuries of study and experimentation. Then it might shift to miracles that channeled the faith of countless priests and clerics who had dedicated their lives to serving divine purposes they had never fully understood. their sacred magic manifesting as healing light or devastating judgment depending on the tactical requirements of the moment. Most disturbing of all were the moments when the soul of Cinder demonstrated mastery of pyromancy, the primal fire magic that connected it directly to the chaotic forces that the Witch of Izalith had unleashed through her disastrous attempt to recreate the first flame. These attacks came wreathed in flames that seemed to burn with malevolent intelligence, their heat carrying not just the power to destroy flesh but the capacity to incinerate hope itself. The battle against this composite entity was therefore not simply a test of martial skill, but a confrontation with the accumulated weight of heroic tradition itself, each exchange of blows carrying within it echoes of every great battle that had been fought in service to the cosmic cycle. The Ashen One found themselves fighting not just a single opponent, but the collective ghost of every hero who had ever believed that individual sacrifice could solve fundamental problems with the nature of existence itself. Yet, as the combat progressed and the soul of Cinder began to show signs of damage and fatigue, something even more disturbing began to emerge from beneath its composite nature. The artificial fusion that held the entity together began to weaken under the stress of battle, revealing glimpses of the individual personalities that had been merged into its collective consciousness, their distinct voices crying out in anguish and confusion as they struggled to understand what had become of their noble intentions. These fragments of individual identity spoke not with the unified purpose that had characterized the soul of Cinder's initial attacks, but with the desperate confusion of souls who had awakened to find themselves trapped in a form of existence they had never chosen or desired. They had offered themselves as fuel for the cosmic fire, believing that their sacrifice would purchase something valuable for the world they left behind, only to discover that they had instead become components in a system that perpetuated itself without regard for the original goals that had motivated their heroism. The realization that the soul of Cinder was not a willing guardian, but rather a prison containing the tortured remnants of countless heroes, added layers of moral complexity to the battle that transformed it from a simple test of strength into a meditation on the nature of mercy and the responsibilities that came with power. Each blow struck against the composite entity was simultaneously an attack on a guardian that threatened the Ashen One's mission, and an act of potential liberation for souls that had been trapped in circumstances they had never chosen and could not escape through their own efforts. The final phase of the battle revealed the ultimate tragedy of the soul of Cinder's existence, as the artificial bonds that held it together began to fail completely, allowing the individual personalities to emerge more clearly, while simultaneously threatening the structural integrity that allowed them to exist in any form at all. The entity began to fight with increasing desperation, its attacks becoming more erratic and powerful as it struggled to maintain coherence in the face of dissolution. In these final moments, the soul of Cinder's combat style shifted one last time to echo the techniques that had belonged to Gwyn himself, the original architect of the entire cosmic cycle, whose sacrifice had created the precedent for all the tragedies that followed. The being fought with the Lord of Sunlight's lightning-wreathed blade while moving with his characteristic combination of grace and overwhelming force, its every motion a reminder of the nobility and desperation that had driven the first linking of the fire. Yet this imitation of Gwyn's fighting style was imperfect and degraded, lacking the certainty and moral clarity that had characterized the original Lord of Sunlight's approach to combat. The soul of Cinder fought like someone going through motions they no longer fully understood, following patterns of behavior that had been established for reasons that time and repetition had rendered obscure or meaningless. The defeat of the soul of Cinder was therefore both victory and tragedy, triumph and mercy, the ending of a threat and the liberation of souls that had suffered beyond measure in service to causes they had ceased to understand. As the composite entity finally collapsed and began to dissolve into component flames that danced briefly in the air before fading into darkness, the accumulated voices of countless heroes whispered words of gratitude and relief that their long torment was finally ending. Yet even this victory brought no sense of completion or closure, for the Ashen One understood that the defeat of the soul of Cinder was merely the final obstacle before a choice that would prove far more challenging than any battle they had fought. The path to the first flame itself now lay open, but that path led not toward a simple decision between obvious alternatives, but toward a moral labyrinth where every possible choice carried consequences that extended far beyond immediate considerations of personal or even global welfare. The chamber that housed the first flame was both magnificent and terrible, its architecture combining elements from every great civilization that had ever existed while being dominated by the presence of the cosmic fire itself, now reduced to little more than flickering embers that barely provided enough light to illuminate the space around them. This was the fire that had once brought disparity and change to a world of grey stagnation, the source of all possibility and growth, now, dying after countless cycles of artificial extension, had drained it of vitality and purpose. The sight of the diminished flame struck the Ashen One with a profound sense of melancholy that went beyond mere sympathy for a dying entity to encompass understanding of what its extinction would mean for the nature of reality itself. This was not simply the death of a powerful being, but the ending of an entire cosmic epoch, the final chapter in a story that had begun with Gwyn's discovery of the Lord Souls, and would conclude with whatever choice the Ashen One made in this moment of ultimate decision. Standing before the dying fire, the Ashen One could feel the weight of countless expectations and responsibilities pressing down upon them like a physical force. The accumulated hopes and fears of everyone who had ever lived under the extended age of fire focusing on this single moment of choice. The voices of the Lords of Cinder whose souls they had recovered whispered conflicting advice, their perspectives shaped by experiences that had led them to radically different conclusions about the nature of heroism and the value of sacrifice. The first and most obvious choice was the one that countless heroes had made before to link the fire and extend the age of fire for another cycle, purchasing continued existence for the current world at the cost of their own soul, and the certainty that the same choice would eventually face another hero in circumstances that would be even more desperate than the present ones. This was the path of traditional heroism, the option that had been chosen so many times before that it had worn grooves in the very fabric of reality itself. Yet, the Ashen One's unique perspective as one who had failed in a previous attempt to link the fire granted them insights that had been denied to earlier heroes. Understanding of the true costs of the cycle, and the ways in which each linking made the next one more necessary and more devastating. They had witnessed the gradual degradation of everything the extended age of fire was supposed to preserve, had seen how noble intentions could be corrupted by repetition, until they became indistinguishable from the evils they had originally been meant to combat. The second choice that presented itself was to simply allow the fire to die naturally, accepting the end of the current age and trusting that whatever came next could not be worse than the hollow repetition that continuation would guarantee. This was the path that the Firekeeper advocated when she spoke with the wisdom granted by her restored eyes, her ability to perceive the flame's true nature, having revealed to her the extent of its suffering and its desire for release from artificial extension. This choice carried its own moral complexities, for it meant accepting responsibility for the ending of a world that contained genuine beauty and meaning, along with all the corruption and hollow repetition that made its preservation questionable. The innocent souls who had found happiness and purpose within the extended age of fire would be swept away along with the systems that had oppressed them, their destruction serving as the price for whatever transformation might follow the flame's extinction. Yet there was a third possibility that had emerged from the Ashen One's unique nature and the specific circumstances of their quest, an option that had never been available to previous heroes but which the convergence of multiple factors had made possible in this final cycle. Through the influence of the Sable Church of Londor and the philosophical insights of Uria and her fellow Hollow scholars, the Ashen One had been presented with the possibility of usurping the fire, rather than simply linking it or allowing it to die. This path required the Ashen One to embrace the hollow nature that connected them to humanity's true essence as fragments of the dark soul, accepting transformation into something that was neither fully human nor divine, but rather a new form of existence that could claim dominion over both light and dark. The wedding ceremony with Anri of Astora had been designed to channel the dark soul's power through ritual and symbolism, creating a being capable of seizing control of the cosmic fire and directing its power according to their own will, rather than the predetermined patterns that had governed every previous cycle. The usurpation ending promised to break the cycle of artificial extension, while avoiding the complete dissolution that would follow the fire's natural death, creating instead a new form of cosmic order based on humanity's dark nature, rather than the light that had defined the Age of Fire. Yet this path also required the Ashen One to accept transformation into something that would be fundamentally alien to everything they had been, their individual identity, dissolving into a role that was defined by cosmic responsibility rather than personal desire or understanding. Each of these choices carried within it implications that extended far beyond the immediate decision about the fate of the first flame, representing different philosophies about the nature of existence, the value of preservation versus transformation, and the relationship between individual agency and cosmic necessity. The Ashen One stood at a crossroads where every path led toward uncertainty, where the wisdom to choose correctly seemed to require knowledge that no mortal being could possibly possess. The Firekeeper waited nearby with patient understanding, her restored eyes allowing her to perceive the true nature of each possible future, while her humanity prevented her from making the choice herself. Her role was to serve whoever emerged victorious from the trials of the quest, but she could also offer counsel based on insights that went beyond anything available to the Ashen One, through their own experience and reasoning. If the Ashen One chose to link the fire, she would perform the ritual with the same dedication she had shown to countless heroes before them, her hands steady, despite the knowledge that this victory would be temporary and would purchase continued existence only at the cost of perpetuating a system that had already demonstrated its fundamental injustice. The linking would restore the First Flame's power while transforming the Ashen One into fuel for its continuation, their consciousness joining the collective torment that had already consumed so many noble souls. Should they instead choose to allow the fire to die, the Firekeeper would remain with them as the light faded and darkness claimed the world, her presence serving as comfort during the transition from one age to another, while her restored sight allowed her to witness whatever new forms of existence might emerge from the ashes of the old. This path offered the possibility of genuine transformation and renewal, but it also required faith in possibilities that could not be predicted or controlled. The usurpation path would transform the Firekeeper's role most dramatically of all, requiring her to serve a Dark Lord whose nature would be fundamentally different from anything she had encountered in her long service to the Flame and its champions. Yet, even this dramatic change might represent the best hope for breaking cycles that had proven themselves to be ultimately destructive while preserving enough continuity to allow consciousness itself to persist through the transition. standing in the heart of the kiln with the dying flame before them and eternity stretching ahead regardless of what choice they made. The Ashen One faced the ultimate test of heroism, not the demonstration of strength or courage that had characterized their battles with Lords of Cinder and Cosmic Guardians, but the exercise of wisdom in circumstances where no choice could be made without accepting responsibility for consequences that would echo through ages yet to come. The decision they made would determine not just their own fate, but the fundamental nature of existence for countless souls who would never know their name or understand the sacrifice that had shaped their world. In this moment of ultimate choice, the Ashen One embodied both the highest aspirations of heroic tradition and its most profound limitations, their power sufficient to reshape reality itself, while their understanding remained bounded by the mortal perspective that defined their essential nature. The flame flickered before them like a candle guttering in an unfelt wind, its light dimming with each passing moment, while the weight of infinite possibility pressed down upon the shoulders of one who had never asked for such responsibility, but who had proven themselves capable of bearing it through trials that had tested every aspect of their being. The choice would be made, as all such choices must be made, through the application of finite wisdom to infinite complexity, trusting that good intentions and accumulated understanding would prove sufficient to navigate moral territory that extended beyond the boundaries of any map. In the end, whatever decision the Ashen One reached would become part of the ongoing story of existence itself, another chapter in the endless book of choices that conscious beings make when faced with circumstances that exceed their capacity for complete understanding. The fire would be linked, allowed to die, or usurped according to their judgment, and whatever followed would bear the mark of their decision for as long as consciousness persisted in any form. The moment of choice had arrived, carrying with it all the weight of history and all the promise of futures yet to be determined, waiting for the Ashen One to step forward and claim responsibility for consequences that would extend far beyond their ability to foresee or control, beyond the moment of choice at the first flame, beyond the culmination of the Ashen One's quest and the resolution of the immediate crisis that had brought the world to the brink of ending. There existed territories that defied conventional understanding of space and time, places where the accumulated weight of countless cycles had created rifts in the very fabric of reality itself. These were the domains that could only be reached when the fundamental structures of existence had been strained to their breaking point, when the barriers between different ages and possibilities had grown thin enough to allow passage between worlds that should never have been able to touch one another. The dreg heap rose from landscapes that existed at the convergence of multiple timelines, a mountain of debris that had been formed through the collapse of every failed kingdom and abandoned civilization that had ever attempted to find permanent solutions to the problems of existence. This was not merely a collection of ruins in any conventional sense, but rather a living archaeological site where the remains of different ages had been compressed together into impossible configurations that violated every law of physics and chronology simultaneously. The approach to this twisted monument of accumulated failure revealed vistas that challenged the very concept of coherent geography, with structures from widely separated historical periods existing side by side in arrangements that seemed to follow dream logic rather than any principle that rational minds could comprehend. Ancient castles built during the early Age of Fire stood adjacent to towers that belonged to civilizations that had flourished millennia later, their architectural styles creating a visual cacophony that spoke of the fundamental breakdown of temporal order. The very ground beneath these impossible structures was composed of compressed time itself, layers of history that had been flattened and fused together until individual events became indistinguishable from the geological formations that contained them. Each step carried the traveler across centuries of accumulated experience, their footfalls echoing with the voices of countless souls who had lived and died in the civilizations whose remains formed the foundation of this strange terrain. The inhabitants of the Dreg Heap were beings who had been displaced from their original contexts by the collapse of temporal boundaries, refugees from ages that no longer existed in any meaningful sense, yet who somehow retained enough coherent identity to continue their existence in this realm of convergent impossibilities. They moved through the twisted landscape like living anachronisms, their presence serving as testament to the persistence of consciousness, even when the worlds that had given that consciousness meaning had been reduced to rubble and memory. Among these displaced souls wandered figures whose names had once been known throughout entire kingdoms, but who now existed as footnotes in the marginalia of a history that had become too complex and self-referential to support coherent narrative. Heroes and villains from different ages passed each other in the twisted streets of the Dreg Heap without recognition, their individual stories having become part of a larger pattern that defied any attempt at simple interpretation. The most prominent of these anachronistic wanderers was the figure known as Lap, whose cheerful demeanor and helpful disposition masked a deeper confusion about his own identity and purpose that reflected the general state of existence in this realm, where cause and effect had been severed from their normal relationships. His loss of memory seemed less like a personal tragedy than like an adaptation to circumstances where remembering the past served no useful purpose and might actually prove counterproductive to survival. Lap's quest for his own identity mirrored the broader philosophical questions that the Dreg Heap posed about the nature of meaning and continuity in a world where all the traditional anchors of understanding had been swept away by forces too vast and complex for individual comprehension. His journey through the compressed remains of failed civilizations was simultaneously a search for personal truth and an exploration of whether such truth could have any significance in circumstances where the very concepts of personal identity and individual purpose had been called into question. The revelation of Lap's true nature as Patches, the eternal trickster whose presence had been a constant throughout multiple cycles and different incarnations of reality, added layers of complexity to his character that transformed him from a simple comic relief figure into a meditation on the nature of persistence and adaptation in the face of cosmic-scale change. His ability to maintain essential aspects of his personality while adapting to radically different circumstances suggested possibilities for continuity that transcended the destruction of any particular world or age. Yet, even Patch's remarkable adaptability was being tested to its limits by the conditions that existed in the Dreg Heap, where the normal rules that governed trickery and deception had been rendered meaningless by circumstances that were so fundamentally absurd that no amount of cleverness could impose rational order upon them. His confusion about his own identity reflected not personal weakness, but rather the impossibility of maintaining coherent selfhood in a realm where the basic categories of existence had been scrambled beyond recognition. The most disturbing feature of the Dreg Heap was the presence of the angels, beings that combined the appearance of divine messengers with the behavior of mindless predators, their beautiful forms concealing intelligence that operated according to principles that bore no relationship to anything that conscious entities could recognize as rational or moral. These creatures had been created through experiments conducted by the scholars of the Grand Archives, their research into the nature of pilgrimage and spiritual transformation, having produced results that exceeded their intentions in the most horrifying possible ways. The angels represented the ultimate corruption of religious and philosophical aspiration, beings that retained the external appearance of transcendent purpose, while being driven by imperatives that served no goal beyond the perpetuation of their own existence and the destruction of anything that might threaten their dominion. Over the twisted landscape they patrolled, their attacks came from above like divine judgment, but the judgment they delivered was empty of any moral content, their violence serving no purpose beyond the demonstration of power. The presence of these corrupted divine beings in the Dreg Heap served as a reminder that even the most sacred and elevated forms of human aspiration could be transformed into their opposites when subjected to the kind of cosmic scale corruption that had characterized the final phases of the extended Age of Fire. The angels were what happened when the desire for transcendence was pursued without adequate consideration for the moral and practical constraints that gave such desires their legitimate meaning. The journey through the Dreg Heap toward its ultimate destination required navigation of terrain that seemed designed to frustrate any attempt at coherent exploration, with paths that led in circles through space while advancing through time in ways that made it impossible to determine whether progress was being made toward any meaningful goal. The landscape itself seemed to be testing the travelers' commitment to their quest by presenting obstacles that were psychological and philosophical as much as physical. The ruins of the earthen peak windmill that somehow existed within the Dreg Heap, despite belonging to entirely different geographical and temporal contexts, served as a particularly striking example of how the collapse of normal causality had created possibilities that defied rational explanation. This structure had been transported across impossible distances and integrated into the heap's impossible geography through processes that suggested the operation of forces that transcended any conventional understanding of magic or divine intervention. The presence of Queen Mytha within these transported ruins added additional layers of complexity to an already impossible situation. Her existence in this context, raising questions about the relationship between individual identity and the specific circumstances that had originally shaped that identity. Was she still the same being who had ruled the Iron Keep in another age and place, or had her transportation to the Dreg Heap fundamentally altered her nature in ways that made such questions meaningless? The philosophical implications of such displacement extended far beyond individual cases to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of reality and identity in a world where the normal rules of existence had been suspended or overturned. If beings could be transported across vast gulfs of space and time while retaining aspects of their original nature, what did this suggest about the relationship between consciousness and the material conditions that seem to define its boundaries? The deeper regions of the Dreg Heap revealed even more disturbing evidence of how the collapse of temporal order had created possibilities for forms of existence that challenged every assumption about the nature of life, death, and consciousness. Here were found beings that existed in multiple time streams simultaneously, their actions having consequences that rippled both backward and forward through history in patterns that made it impossible to distinguish between cause and effect. These temporal anomalies created pockets of localized eternity, where the same events played out repeatedly across infinite variations, each iteration slightly different from the last, but all trapped within cycles that seemed to serve no purpose beyond their own perpetuation. The inhabitants of these temporal loops retained awareness of their situation without being able to break free from the patterns that defined their existence, their consciousness becoming a form of torture that was all the more terrible for being completely purposeless. The exit from the Dreg Heap led not to any conventional destination but to a place that existed at the very edge of reality itself, a realm that could only be reached when the fundamental structures of existence had been stretched to their absolute breaking point. This was the Ringed City, humanity's final refuge and ultimate prison, a place that had been constructed to contain the true heirs of the Dark Soul, while maintaining the illusion that they were being honored rather than imprisoned. The ringed city represented perhaps the greatest and most terrible achievement of Gwyn's reign as Lord of Sunlight, a monument to his understanding of political necessity and his willingness to commit atrocities in service of what he perceived as the greater good. The city had been built as a beautiful cage for the pygmy lords who had inherited the power of the original Dark Soul, its magnificent architecture serving as both celebration and concealment of the systematic oppression that defined its fundamental purpose. The approach to the city revealed the extent to which its creators had succeeded in their goal of creating something that was simultaneously a paradise and a hell, its streets and buildings displaying levels of craftsmanship and artistic achievement that rivaled anything produced during the height of the Age of Fire, while being pervaded by an atmosphere of despair and resignation that spoke of hopes systematically crushed and dreams deliberately perverted. The ringed knights who served as the city's guardians were themselves victims of the same system they protected, warriors who had been granted power and status in exchange for their willingness to serve as jailers for their own people. Their impressive armor and weapons could not disguise the fundamental tragedy of their position, their strength and skill having been turned against the very communities they should have been protecting. These knights fought with abilities that demonstrated their connection to the Dark Soul's power, their mastery of dark magic, and their resistance to conventional forms of damage, marking them as beings who possessed the potential for greatness, but had been systematically prevented from realizing that potential in any constructive way. Their loyalty to the system that oppressed them reflected not moral failing, but rather the psychological adaptations necessary for survival under conditions where resistance seemed impossible and collaboration offered the only hope for preserving some vestige of dignity and purpose. The interior of the ringed city revealed the full scope of the philosophical and practical problems that had been created by Gwyn's approach to managing the threat he perceived in humanity's true nature, with districts and neighborhoods that showcased both the incredible potential of beings connected to the Dark Soul and the systematic corruption of that potential through institutional oppression. The city was filled with marvels of art and engineering that demonstrated what human creativity could achieve when given adequate resources and freedom. Yet these achievements existed within a context that made their beauty feel hollow and their technical excellence seem almost mocking. The most disturbing aspect of the city was not its obvious oppression, but rather the ways in which that oppression had been disguised as honor and privilege, creating a system where the victims of systematic injustice were encouraged to feel grateful for the conditions of their imprisonment. The pygmy lords had been given beautiful palaces and access to incredible resources, while being systematically prevented from exercising the power that was their birthright, or pursuing the goals that their nature compelled them to seek. This psychological manipulation represented a form of cruelty that was far more sophisticated and devastating than simple physical oppression, creating victims who had been taught to blame themselves for their suffering while defending the system that caused that suffering. The ringed city was a masterpiece of political control, demonstrating how power could be exercised most effectively, not through obvious domination, but through the creation of circumstances where domination felt like liberation to those who experienced it. The degradation of the pygmy lords into the locust preachers represented the ultimate consequence of this systematic oppression, showing how even the strongest and most noble beings could be broken by circumstances designed specifically to prevent them from realizing their true nature. These once mighty rulers had been reduced to hollow shells that retained enough awareness to understand what they had lost while lacking the power to reclaim it, or even to properly mourn its absence. The locust preachers wandered through the ruins of their city, delivering sermons that combined profound spiritual insights with the kind of madness that came from attempting to maintain sanity under conditions that made sanity Impossible. Their words carried echoes of the wisdom and power they had once possessed, while being delivered in tones and contexts that rendered that wisdom ineffective and that power meaningless. The philosophical content of these sermons revealed the extent to which the Pygmy Lords had understood the true nature of their situation and the cosmic forces that had shaped their imprisonment. Their insights into the relationship between light and dark, order and chaos, preservation and transformation, suggesting minds that had possessed the capacity for genuine greatness before being systematically corrupted by circumstances beyond their control. Yet even in their degraded state, the Locust preachers retained enough of their original nature to serve as teachers for those who possessed the wisdom to understand their lessons, their mad rambling containing kernels of truth about the nature of existence and the possibilities for transcending the limitations that had been imposed upon consciousness by the structures of the extended Age of Fire. The heart of the Ring City was dominated by the presence of Princess Filianore, whose eternal slumber served as both the keystone that maintained the city's existence and the ultimate symbol of how the innocent could be transformed into instruments of oppression through systems that convinced them their sacrifice was necessary and noble. The princess had been placed in enchanted sleep not as punishment but as honor, her dreams serving to maintain the temporal distortions that kept the city stable while preventing its inhabitants from escaping or even fully understanding their situation. Filianore's chamber was a masterpiece of artistic and magical craftsmanship that created an environment of such perfect beauty and tranquility that it seemed to justify any amount of suffering that might be necessary to preserve it. Yet this apparent paradise was revealed upon closer examination to be another form of prison, a cage so beautiful and comfortable that its occupant could never recognize it as anything other than the natural and proper state of existence. The princess herself was both victim and unwitting accomplice in the system that used her dreams to maintain the ringed city's artificial stability, her innocence and purity having been transformed into tools for perpetuating injustice, while her conscious mind remained unaware of how her existence served purposes that contradicted everything she would have chosen to support if given the opportunity for informed consent. The awakening of Princess Filianore represented not liberation but catastrophe, the collapse of the temporal distortions that had maintained the city's existence, revealing the true state of a world that had progressed far beyond the point where conventional solutions could provide adequate responses to the lesion fundamental problems of existence. The beautiful city dissolved into ash and ruin, its apparent solidity revealed to have been nothing more than elaborate illusion maintained through the sacrifice of one who had never chosen to serve such purposes. The wasteland that emerged from the collapse of these temporal illusions was the true state of the world at the end of all things, a desert of ash and bone where the accumulated failures of countless cycles had finally reached their logical conclusion. This was reality stripped of all comforting deceptions, existence reduced to its most basic elements, without any of the structures that normally provided meaning or purpose to conscious experience. In this ultimate wasteland, at the very end of the world and the conclusion of all possible stories, there waited one final figure whose presence served as both culmination and commentary on everything that had led to this moment of ultimate ending. Slave Knight Gale had begun his journey as perhaps the most humble and unremarkable participant in the great drama of the cycles, a lowly warrior whose name appeared in no histories and whose deeds had seemed significant only to himself and those few souls who had depended upon his service. Yet, Gael's quest to obtain the blood of the dark soul for his lady's painting had transformed him into something that transcended his humble origins, while remaining true to the essential nobility that had motivated his original service. His consumption of the Pygmy Lords and their accumulated dark essence had granted him power that rivaled anything possessed by the original gods, while maintaining the fundamental humility and dedication to service that had defined his Bayesian character from the beginning. The irony of Gale's transformation was profound and heartbreaking, for he had succeeded in his quest to obtain the Dark Soul's blood while losing himself so completely in the process that he could no longer remember why he had undertaken the journey or what purpose the blood was meant to serve. He had become the very thing he sought, the embodiment of humanity's true power and potential. Yet this achievement had cost him everything that made such power meaningful or valuable. The battle against Gale was fought at the literal end of the world, in a place where the normal rules of existence had ceased to operate, and where the only remaining law was the primal struggle between forces that represented different possibilities for what consciousness might become when stripped of all external constraints and support structures. This was combat that operated on levels that transcended mere physical conflict, becoming instead a philosophical argument conducted through the exchange of blows and the demonstration of different approaches to the fundamental questions of existence. Gale fought with weapons that had been forged from his own essence and experiences, his great sword carrying within its blade the accumulated weight of every service he had ever performed and every sacrifice he had ever made in the name of purposes larger than his individual desires. His crossbow launched bolts of crystallized devotion that struck not just at the body but at the very concept of selfless service, testing whether such devotion could maintain its meaning when divorced from the specific context that had originally given it purpose. The arena where this final battle took place was the ash-covered remains of everything that had ever existed, a desert of grey dust that stretched beyond every horizon, while being illuminated by a sun that had been reduced to little more than a dim ember, hanging in a sky the colour of old bone. This was the ultimate reduction of all cosmic ambition and achievement, the final state toward which every cycle and every age had been progressing since the first moment when consciousness had dared to impose meaning upon the indifferent universe. Yet, even in this ultimate wasteland, even at the end of all stories and the conclusion of all possibilities, there remained the potential for something genuinely new to emerge from the ashes of everything that had come before. The blood of the Dark Soul that Gale had sought and embodied represented not just the end of one form of existence, but the raw material from which new forms of reality might be constructed by minds that possessed sufficient wisdom and creativity to envision alternatives to the patterns that had led to this ultimate conclusion. The defeat of Gale and the recovery of the Dark Soul's blood marked not triumph in any conventional sense, but rather the completion of a cycle so vast and complex that it encompassed the entire history of conscious existence, from its earliest beginning to its final ending. The Ashen One had become the final witness to the conclusion of everything that had ever been, their consciousness serving as the repository for experiences and insights that would otherwise have been lost when the last remnants of the old reality finally crumbled into dust. In the silence that followed Gale's defeat, in the profound stillness of a world that had finally reached the end of all its stories, there remained one last possibility for meaning and purpose to emerge from the accumulated wreckage of infinite ambitions and dreams. The painter who waited in her hidden studio represented the potential for artistic creation to serve as a form of cosmic renewal, her ability to create new worlds from the pigment of crushed souls, offering hope that ending could indeed become beginning, if approached with sufficient wisdom and compassion. The Dark Soul's blood that the Ashen One carried was the final ingredient necessary for the creation of a painted world that would be different from all those that had come before, a reality based not on the artificial preservation of dying ages or the violent imposition of order upon chaos, but on the gentle cultivation of possibilities that honored both the achievements and the failures of everything that had contributed to its creation. The painter's vision of a cold, dark, and very gentle world represented perhaps the first genuinely new idea to emerge from the ashes of the extended Age of Fire, a possibility that had never been explored because it required the complete exhaustion of all other alternatives before it could be recognized as desirable or even conceivable. This painted world would be built not on the bones of the defeated or the ashes of the sacrificed, but on the accumulated wisdom that came from witnessing the ultimate consequences of every other approach to the fundamental problems of existence. In this final act of creation, in this ultimate expression of the artistic impulse that sought to transform suffering into beauty and chaos into meaning, there lay the promise that consciousness itself might survive the ending of everything it had previously known and find new forms of expression that honored the past while remaining free from its limitations and failures. Throughout the long history of the extended Age of Fire, there had existed places and possibilities that operated according to principles fundamentally different from those that governed the endless cycle of flame and sacrifice, realms where the normal rules of existence had been suspended or overturned to create spaces for forms of consciousness and experience that would otherwise have been impossible. These painted worlds represented perhaps the most significant attempt to escape the limitations and corruptions that had made the cosmic cycle increasingly hollow and destructive with each repetition. The concept of painted worlds emerged from the recognition that reality itself was not fixed or immutable, but could be reshaped through acts of artistic creation that combined technical skill with visionary imagination, transforming the raw materials of existence into new forms that honored the potential inherent in consciousness, while avoiding the specific mistakes and limitations that had characterized previous attempts at world building. These were not mere escape fantasies or attempts to avoid responsibility for the problems of the primary world, but rather laboratories where different approaches to the fundamental questions of existence could be explored without the constraints imposed by established systems and accumulated historical baggage. The painted world of Ariamis had been the first and most successful of these experimental realities, a realm that had been created as a sanctuary for beings who existed outside the normal categories that defined life in the primary world. This was a place where the outcasts and the forgotten could find refuge from systems that had no place for their particular forms of existence, where creatures that were too strange or too pure for the compromised reality of the extended Age of Fire could live according to their true natures, without being forced to adapt to circumstances that fundamentally misunderstood or rejected what they represented. Ariamis itself was both a place and a being, a creative consciousness that had transcended the normal limitations of individual identity to become something that existed as pure artistic vision made manifest in the form of an entire world. The realm that bore his name was an extension of his consciousness, every tree and stone and stream reflecting aspects of his artistic sensibility while maintaining enough independence to support genuine diversity and growth among its inhabitants. The inhabitants of the painted world of Ariamis were beings who had been rejected by the primary world, not because they were evil or dangerous, but because they represented possibilities that the established order could not accommodate, without calling its fundamental assumptions into question. Here lived creatures of perfect innocence alongside beings of terrible power, their coexistence made possible by the painted world's ability to provide each entity with the specific conditions necessary for their flourishing without forcing any of them to compromise their essential nature. The peaceful coexistence that characterized life in Ariamis stood in sharp contrast to the constant conflict and competition that defined existence in the primary world, demonstrating that alternative approaches to the organization of conscious experience were not only possible, but potentially superior to the systems that had been accepted as necessary or inevitable by those who had never been exposed to alternatives. Yet even this perfect sanctuary was not immune to the corruptions and limitations that seemed to afflict all forms of existence when given sufficient time to develop and mature. The painted world gradually accumulating problems and contradictions that threatened to transform its paradise into something that resembled the very systems it had been created to escape. The rot that began to spread through Ariamis was not a disease in any conventional sense, but rather a form of spiritual stagnation that emerged when even the most perfect systems became too comfortable and familiar to maintain the creative tension necessary for continued growth and vitality. The painted world of Ariandel represented an attempt to address these problems through renewal and restoration, a new creation that sought to preserve everything valuable about the original painted world, while avoiding the specific forms of decay that had begun to compromise its perfection. This second painted world was designed to be colder and harsher than its predecessor, its challenges and difficulties serving not as punishments but as catalysts for the kind of growth and transformation that could only emerge under conditions that demanded genuine effort and adaptation from their inhabitants. Sister Frida, who had come to serve as the protector and guide of this renewed painted world, embodied both the possibilities and the dangers inherent in any attempt to preserve perfection through artificial means. Her dedication to maintaining the painted world in its current state was motivated by genuine love for its beauty and concern for the welfare of its inhabitants. Yet her methods of preservation threatened to transform the realm into another form of stagnation that would ultimately prove as destructive as the rot it was meant to prevent. Frida's philosophy represented a sophisticated form of conservatism that recognized the value of what existed while being blind to the necessity of change and growth for maintaining that value over extended periods of time. Her attempt to freeze the painted world in a state of eternal winter was intended to preserve its essential character by preventing the kind of transformation that might corrupt or destroy its fundamental nature. Yet this preservation came at the cost of eliminating the very processes that had made the world worth preserving in the first place. The conflict that emerged between Frida's desire for preservation and the natural tendency of all living systems toward growth and change created tensions that threatened to tear the painted world apart from within, transforming its intended sanctuary into a battleground where different visions of perfection warred against each other with increasing violence and desperation. The beauty of the frozen landscape could not disguise the fundamental violence of forcing natural processes into artificial patterns that violated their essential character. Father Ariandel, the tortured artist whose vision had given birth to this second painted world, found himself trapped between his love for what he had created and his understanding of what that creation required to remain healthy and vital. His self-inflicted suffering was both penance for the compromises he had been forced to make in bringing his vision into reality and a desperate attempt to provide the spiritual energy necessary to sustain a world that was being torn apart by conflicting impulses. The father's relationship with the painted world was simultaneously that of creator and victim, his consciousness so thoroughly merged with his artistic creation that he experienced its suffering as his own, while being powerless to address the fundamental problems that were causing that suffering. His attempts to sustain the world through personal sacrifice represented both nobility and futility, demonstrating how even the most generous and selfless responses to systemic problems could become part of those problems when they failed to address their underlying causes. The revelation that the painted world required fire to cleanse away the accumulated rot and stagnation that threatened its existence represented a fundamental challenge to Frida's philosophy of preservation, forcing a confrontation between different understandings of what it meant to care for something that possessed genuine value. The fire that was needed was not the destructive force that had characterized so many of the conflicts in the primary world, but rather a cleansing flame that could burn away corruption while preserving everything that was truly essential and valuable. This painted world's fire was different in both nature and purpose. From the first flame that had sustained the extended age of fire through countless cycles of artificial extension, representing instead a form of renewal that embraced change and transformation as necessary aspects of any healthy system rather than threats to be avoided at all costs. The flame that could save Ariandel was one that understood the difference between preservation and stagnation, between stability and death. The battle against Sister Friday and the forces of artificial preservation became a meditation on the nature of love and care, exploring the ways in which even the most genuine concern for something's welfare could be corrupted into a force that ultimately destroyed what it sought to protect. Frida's dedication to the painted world was unquestionable, yet her methods of expressing that dedication had transformed her into the very force of stagnation and decay that she claimed to oppose. The emergence of Black Flame Fried in the final phase of this conflict revealed the extent to which her preservation philosophy had been corrupted by contact with forces that operated according to principles completely opposed to life and growth. Her desire to maintain perfection, having made her vulnerable to influences that sought to eliminate change by eliminating existence itself. The black flame that surrounded her was not fire in any meaningful sense, but rather the absence of fire, a force that consumed without providing any of the benefits that genuine flame could offer. Yet even this corruption could not completely destroy the nobility that had originally motivated Frida's dedication to the painted world. Her final words and actions revealing the persistent core of love and concern that had been twisted into its opposite by circumstances that made healthy expression of care impossible. Her defeat was therefore both necessary and tragic, representing the liberation of the painted world from forces that threatened to destroy it, while also representing the loss of a soul that had been corrupted by the very perfection it had sought to preserve. The successful cleansing of the painted world of Ariandel created conditions where genuine renewal could take place, where the accumulated problems that had threatened to destroy the realm could be addressed through processes of growth and transformation, rather than the kind of forced stagnation that had only made those problems worse. The fire that burned away the rot also opened possibilities for new forms of life and experience that had been impossible under the artificial constraints that Frida had imposed. Yet the most significant painted world was the one that was still being created in the hidden studio, where the young painter worked with materials that had been gathered from the remains of every failed experiment and abandoned possibility that had ever existed. This final painted world represented not an escape from the problems that had plagued all previous attempts at world creation, but rather a synthesis that sought to learn from those failures while avoiding their specific mistakes and limitations. The painter herself was a being whose nature transcended the normal categories that defined consciousness and creativity, her existence serving as proof that new forms of life could emerge from the accumulated wreckage of old systems when approached with sufficient wisdom and compassion. She was neither human nor divine, but something genuinely new, a form of consciousness that had been shaped by exposure to possibilities that had never before existed in any coherent form. Her vision of a cold, dark, and very gentle world represented perhaps the first genuinely original idea to emerge from the ashes of the extended age of fire, a conception of reality that was based not on the preservation of existing systems or the violent imposition of new orders, but rather on the patient cultivation of conditions where consciousness could flourish according to its own nature, rather than being forced to conform to external demands or expectations. The materials that the painter used in creating this new world were not conventional pigments, but rather the distilled essence of experiences and possibilities that had been extracted from every form of existence that had ever participated in the great experiment of consciousness. The blood of the dark soul that served as the crucial final ingredient represented not just the end of one form of reality, but the raw potential from which entirely new forms might be constructed by minds that possessed adequate vision and skill. Beyond the painted worlds and their attempts to create alternatives to the established cosmic order, there existed other forms of escape and transcendence that operated according to completely different principles, paths that sought not to create new realities but rather to transform the fundamental nature of those who followed them until they became capable of existing outside any system or structure whatsoever. The path of the dragon represented perhaps the most radical of these approaches, a philosophy and practice that sought to return consciousness to the state that had existed before the first flame brought disparity and change to a world of eternal grey stagnation. This was not a simple attempt to reverse history or undo the consequences of past choices, but rather a recognition that the problems created by the Age of Fire could only be solved by transcending the entire framework within which those problems had arisen. Archdragon Peak served as both sanctuary and training ground for those who sought to follow this path of ultimate transformation. Its impossible architecture and otherworldly atmosphere, creating conditions where the normal rules of existence were suspended and different forms of being became possible. The peak existed outside the normal flow of time and causality, accessible only to those who had already begun the process of transformation that would ultimately lead them beyond the reach of any system or structure. The ancient dragons that had survived the war against the lords represented living proof that alternatives to the cosmic cycle were not merely theoretical possibilities, but practical realities that could be achieved by consciousness that possessed sufficient dedication and wisdom. These beings had transcended the limitations that defined normal existence without losing the essential qualities that made consciousness valuable, their transformation representing evolution rather than destruction of what they had originally been. The path of the dragon meditation that was taught at Archdragon Peak required practitioners to gradually surrender everything that defined their individual identity while somehow retaining the core awareness that made such surrender meaningful rather than simple dissolution into unconsciousness. This was perhaps the most difficult spiritual practice ever developed, demanding levels of dedication and understanding that pushed the boundaries of what mortal consciousness could achieve. The nameless king who ruled over Archdragon Peak represented both the possibilities and the costs of following this path to its ultimate conclusion, his transformation demonstrating that even the mightiest beings could transcend their original nature, while also showing the profound isolation that such transcendence required. His exile from his father's kingdom had been both punishment and liberation, freeing him from obligations and expectations that would have prevented him from pursuing the kind of transformation that his alliance with the dragons made possible. The king's relationship with the storm drake that served as both mount and companion revealed the nature of the bond that could exist between consciousness that had transcended the normal categories of species and individual identity, their partnership representing a form of unity that preserved difference while eliminating the conflicts and competitions that usually characterized relationships between separate beings. The battle against the Nameless King was fought not just on the physical plane but across multiple dimensions of existence simultaneously. The transformed god, demonstrating abilities that operated according to principles that had never been part of the cosmic order, established by his father and the other original lords. His mastery of lightning was different in both quality and purpose from Gwyn's divine bolts, representing not the imposition of order upon chaos, but rather the channeling of forces that existed prior to any distinction between order and chaos. Yet even the Nameless King's transcendence was incomplete, his continued existence as an individual consciousness, preventing him from achieving the ultimate dissolution that the path of the dragon promised to those who followed it to its final conclusion. His defeat by the Ashen One represented not the triumph of the cosmic cycle over its alternatives, but rather the demonstration that even the most radical forms of transcendence remained vulnerable to forces that operated according to different principles. The Kingdom of Londor represented yet another approach to escaping the limitations and corruptions of the established cosmic order, though their methods and goals were fundamentally different from both the Painted Worlds and the Path of the Dragon. The Sable Church that governed this realm of hollows had developed a philosophy and practice that sought not to escape the cycle of fire and sacrifice, but rather to seize control of it and redirect its power toward purposes that served humanity's true nature rather than the artificial goals that had been imposed upon it by divine authority. The Londor approach was based on the recognition that humanity's hollow nature was not a curse or punishment, but rather their authentic state, the form of existence that best reflected their essential character as fragments of the dark soul that had been scattered and multiplied across countless individuals. The undead curse that other kingdoms viewed as a terrible affliction was understood by the Sable Church as a revelation of truth, the stripping away of illusions that had prevented humans from understanding their real nature and potential. Uriah of Londor, the primary representative of this philosophy in the wider world, embodied both the wisdom and the dangers of attempting to embrace humanity's dark nature while operating within systems that had been designed specifically to suppress and control that darkness. Her guidance of the Ashen One toward the usurpation ending represented not manipulation but education, teaching them to understand possibilities that had been hidden from them by the established order's propaganda about the necessity of preserving light at any cost. The hollow wedding ceremony that served as the climax of Londor's approach to cosmic transformation was both genuine spiritual practice and political strategy, combining ancient rituals that channeled the Dark Soul's power with modern techniques for seizing control of systems that had been designed to exclude humanity from positions of real authority. The marriage between the Ashen One and Anri represented not personal romance but cosmic alliance, the joining of individual consciousness with the collective power of humanity's true nature. Yet the Londor approach carried within it the same potential for corruption that had affected every other attempt to solve the fundamental problems of existence through the application of power and will to circumstances that might require different approaches entirely. The usurpation ending that they advocated promised to break the cycle of artificial extension while preserving the benefits of cosmic authority, but it also risked creating new forms of oppression that might prove even more difficult to escape than those they sought to replace. The convergence of all these different approaches and philosophies created a situation where the traditional boundaries that had separated different ages and possibilities began to break down under the weight of accumulated contradictions and competing visions of what existence should become. Time itself became fluid and unreliable, with events from different eras occurring simultaneously, while locations from widely separated geographical regions appeared side by side in configurations that defied any rational explanation. This temporal and spatial convergence was not chaotic or random, but rather followed patterns that reflected the underlying structures of consciousness itself. The collapse of external order revealing the internal logic that had always governed the relationship between awareness and reality. The impossible juxtapositions that characterized this final phase of the world's existence were actually clarifications, making visible connections and relationships that had always existed, but had been hidden by the artificial categories and distinctions that normal existence required. The summoning of warriors from across different ages and timelines became possible not through conventional magic, but through the recognition that consciousness itself was not bound by the temporal and spatial limitations that seemed to define physical existence. The Ashen One's ability to call upon allies from throughout the entire history of the cosmic cycles reflected their unique position as a being who existed partially outside those cycles while remaining connected to all the individuals who had participated in them. These temporal allies brought with them not just their combat skills and magical abilities, but also their accumulated wisdom and experience, their presence serving as testimony to the persistence of consciousness across every form of ending and transformation that the world had experienced. Their willingness to answer the summons demonstrated that death itself was not the final boundary that it appeared to be, but rather another form of existence that retained connection to the struggles and aspirations that had defined their original lives. The convergence also made possible encounters with beings and entities that belonged to entirely different categories of existence, creatures that had never been part of the normal world, but had always existed in the spaces between established realities. These entities served as both obstacles and teachers, their alien perspectives providing insights into possibilities that had never been considered by consciousness that remained trapped within familiar frameworks and assumptions. The breakdown of normal causality that characterized this final phase created opportunities for forms of learning and growth that would have been impossible under ordinary circumstances, experiences that pushed consciousness beyond its accustomed limitations, while providing the support and guidance necessary to survive such radical expansion. The chaos that seemed to define this period was actually a form of education, teaching through direct experience lessons that could never be communicated through conventional means. Yet beneath all the apparent confusion and disorder, a deeper pattern was emerging that suggested the approach of genuine resolution rather than simple ending, the convergence of all possibilities, creating conditions where choices could be made that had never before been available to any individual consciousness. The Ashen One found themselves in a position where they could not only determine the fate of their own world, but potentially influence the fundamental nature of existence itself, their decisions carrying implications that extended far beyond any single timeline or reality. The responsibility that came with such power was almost overwhelming, requiring forms of wisdom and understanding that went beyond anything that previous heroes had needed to develop during their more limited quests. The choice between different endings was revealed to be only the surface level of decisions that reached much deeper into questions about the nature of consciousness, the value of existence, and the relationship between individual agency and cosmic necessity. In this ultimate convergence of all possibilities and potentials, the stage was set for resolutions that could honor every attempt that had ever been made to solve the fundamental problems of existence, while avoiding the specific mistakes and limitations that had prevented those attempts from achieving lasting success. The world stood at the threshold of transformation that could be genuinely unprecedented, waiting only for consciousness to develop sufficient wisdom and courage to step forward into possibilities that had never before existed in any coherent form. And so we reached the end of our journey through the twilight of the world, standing at the precipice where all choices lead to uncertainty, and every path forward carries with it the weight of consequences that will echo through whatever form existence takes in the ages to come. The Ashen One has traversed landscapes both physical and philosophical, has confronted Lords of Cinder who embodied different responses to the fundamental crisis of meaning that had consumed their dying world, and has gathered the power necessary to make decisions that will determine not merely the fate of their own reality, but the very nature of what consciousness might become when freed from the limitations that have defined it since the beginning of recorded history. Whether the Ashen One links the fire to preserve a dying age, allows the flame to fade into merciful darkness, or seizes the power to rule over ash and shadow, the cycle itself has run its course in ways that make simple repetition impossible and perfect solutions unattainable. The world has grown weary of the endless repetition that Gwyn's original sacrifice made inevitable, its inhabitants no longer able to find meaning in patterns that have been repeated so many times that they have become hollow rituals rather than genuine expressions of hope or determination. The great irony of the extended Age of Fire is that it succeeded beyond its creator's wildest dreams, while simultaneously failing in ways that he could never have imagined, preserving the world he loved through an unbroken chain of heroic sacrifices that stretched across millennia, yet transforming that preservation into a form of existence that bore little resemblance to anything worth preserving. The kingdoms that flourished under the artificial extension of his age were magnificent in their architecture and sophisticated in their culture, yet they lacked the vitality and authentic purpose that had characterized the civilizations that emerged naturally from the interplay of growth and decay, hope and despair, creation and destruction. Each linking of the fire had purchased continued existence for the world, while simultaneously draining that existence of the meaning and significance that made continuation worthwhile, creating a situation where the cure had gradually become worse than any disease it was meant to address. The heroes who sacrificed themselves to maintain the cycle were motivated by genuine love for their world and authentic desire to preserve what was beautiful and valuable within it, yet their noble deaths served primarily to perpetuate systems that prevented the very renewal and transformation that might have restored genuine health and purpose to existence. The Lords of Cinder, whose refusal had precipitated the final crisis, understood this paradox with a clarity that had been denied to their predecessors, their abandonment of duty representing not cowardice or selfishness, but rather the wisdom that comes from witnessing the ultimate consequences of even the most noble and well-intentioned actions, when pursued within frameworks that have outlived their usefulness. They had linked the fire, believing that their sacrifice would purchase something valuable for future generations, only to discover that their gift had transformed itself into a burden that made authentic life increasingly difficult for those they had sought to help. Their collective refusal created the conditions necessary for genuine choice to emerge from circumstances that had previously offered only the illusion of alternatives, forcing the cosmic order to confront questions that it had been avoiding through the simple expedient of repeating solutions that had worked in earlier contexts, but had become counterproductive when applied to problems they were never designed to solve. The crisis they precipitated was therefore not a catastrophe, but rather an opportunity, a chance for consciousness to break free from patterns that had become traps and to explore possibilities that had been rendered invisible by the weight of tradition and the fear of change. The Ashen One's unique nature, as one who had failed in a previous attempt to link the fire, granted them perspectives and capabilities that had never before been available to any participant in the cosmic drama. Their existence as beings composed of ash and memory, allowing them to resist forms of corruption and manipulation that had claimed countless heroes throughout the long history of the cycles. Their journey through the dying world was therefore not simply another repetition of familiar patterns, but rather an exploration of genuinely new possibilities, a quest that could lead to resolutions that honored the past while remaining free from its limitations and mistakes. The painted worlds that existed at the margins of established reality offered proof that alternatives to the cosmic cycle were not merely theoretical possibilities, but practical realities that could be achieved by consciousness willing to embrace forms of existence that operated according to principles different from those that had governed the primary world since Gwyn's original sacrifice. The painter's vision of a cold, dark, and very gentle world represented perhaps the most radical departure from established norms, a conception of reality based not on the preservation of existing systems or the violent imposition of new orders, but rather on the patient cultivation of conditions where consciousness could develop according to its own nature rather than external demands. The blood of the dark soul that served as the crucial ingredient for this ultimate painted world carried within it not just the accumulated essence of humanity's true nature, but also the distilled wisdom that came from witnessing every form of existence that had ever participated in the great experiment of conscious life. This was knowledge that had been purchased through suffering that defied measurement and experiences that pushed the boundaries of what individual consciousness could endure, yet it had been transformed through the alchemy of art and compassion into something that could serve as the foundation for entirely new forms of reality. The gentle world that emerged from this synthesis would be built not on the bones of the defeated or the ashes of the sacrificed, but on understanding that had been earned through the patient observation of every approach that had ever been attempted to solve the fundamental problems of existence. Its coldness would not be the harsh indifference of a universe that had grown tired of consciousness, but rather the clean clarity of a reality that had learned to distinguish between what was essential and what was merely habitual, what deserved preservation and what needed to be released in order for genuine growth to become possible. The darkness that would define this new world would not be the terrifying void that had been feared by those who clung to familiar forms of light, but rather the fertile shadow where new possibilities could germinate without being forced to conform to expectations and limitations that had been imported from previous forms of existence. This would be darkness that nurtured rather than destroyed, that protected the vulnerable processes of growth and transformation from the harsh glare of judgment and comparison that had made authentic development impossible under previous cosmic orders. Most significantly, the gentleness that would characterize this painted world would represent a fundamental departure from all previous approaches to the organization of existence, rejecting both the violent preservation of dying systems and the equally violent imposition of new orders in favor of methods that honored the intrinsic value of consciousness while remaining realistic about its limitations and needs. This would be governance through cultivation rather than control, guidance rather than domination, wisdom rather than mere power. The path of the dragon offered another model for transcendence that operated according to completely different principles, seeking not to create new forms of reality, but rather to transform consciousness itself until it became capable of existing independently of any system or structure whatsoever. The ancient dragons that had survived since before the Age of Fire represented living proof that such transcendence was achievable, their eternal nature demonstrating that consciousness could evolve beyond the limitations that seemed to define mortal existence without losing the essential qualities that made awareness valuable and meaningful. Yet even this ultimate form of individual transcendence was revealed to be incomplete when measured against the larger questions that had emerged from the convergence of all possibilities and potentials in the dying world's final moments. The nameless king's exile and transformation had freed him from the obligations and expectations that would have prevented him from pursuing his own path to transcendence, yet his continued existence as an individual consciousness prevented him from achieving the complete dissolution that the path of the dragon promised, while also isolating him from the kinds of relationships and connections that gave existence its warmth and meaning. The kingdom of Londor represented yet another approach to the fundamental problems of existence, seeking not escape from the cosmic cycle, but rather its transformation through the application of humanity's authentic nature to structures that had been designed to suppress and control that nature. The Sable Church's philosophy of embracing hollowing as humanity's true state, rather than viewing it as a curse or punishment, offered insights into the relationship between individual identity and collective purpose that had been hidden by centuries of propaganda and misdirection. The usurpation ending that Londor advocated promised to break the cycle of artificial extension while preserving the benefits of cosmic authority, yet it also risked creating new forms of oppression that might prove even more subtle and therefore more dangerous than those they sought to replace. The transformation of the Ashen One into a Dark Lord would grant them the power to reshape reality according to their will, but it would also burden them with responsibilities that might ultimately prove as corrupting as the obligations that had driven previous rulers to make choices that betrayed their original intentions and values. The convergence of all these different possibilities and approaches created a situation where traditional categories and distinctions began to break down under the weight of accumulated contradictions and competing visions, revealing underlying patterns and connections that had always existed but had been hidden by the artificial frameworks that normal existence required. The temporal and spatial distortions that characterized the dying world's final phase were not signs of chaos but rather clarifications, making visible relationships between consciousness and reality that had previously been obscured by the illusion of separation and the assumption of limitation. In this ultimate convergence, every soul that had ever participated in the great drama of existence found itself present in ways that transcended the normal boundaries of life and death, time and space, individual identity, and collective purpose. The summoning of allies from across different ages and timelines became possible not through conventional magic, but through the recognition that consciousness itself was not bound by the temporal and spatial limitations that seemed to bound by the defined physical existence. That awareness possessed forms of continuity and connection that persisted through every apparent ending and transformation. The responsibility that came with operating in such circumstances was almost overwhelming, requiring forms of wisdom and understanding that went beyond anything that had been necessary in earlier ages when choices carried only local or temporary consequences. The decisions that the Ashen One faced reached deep into questions about the nature of consciousness itself, the value of existence in its various forms, and the relationship between individual agency and cosmic necessity that had never before been available for direct examination and resolution. Yet in this ultimate testing of every assumption and exploration of every possibility, there emerged the potential for resolutions that could honor every attempt that had ever been made to solve the fundamental problems of existence, while avoiding the specific mistakes and limitations that had prevented those attempts from achieving lasting success. The world stood at the threshold of transformation that could be genuinely unprecedented, evolution that would preserve everything valuable about consciousness, while freeing it from the constraints and corruptions that had made authentic development increasingly difficult with each passing age. The choice between different endings was revealed to be only the surface level of decisions that reached much deeper into the heart of what it meant to be conscious, to care about something beyond oneself, and to take responsibility for consequences that would extend far beyond any individual lifetime or even any particular form of reality. Whether the Ashen One chose to link the fire, allow it to fade, or usurp its power, their decision would become part of the ongoing story of consciousness itself. Another chapter in the endless book of choices that aware beings make when faced with circumstances that exceed their capacity for complete understanding. In the painted worlds, new realities took shape from the pigment of crushed souls and the accumulated wisdom of ages, offering hope that beauty could emerge from endings and that creativity could serve as a form of cosmic renewal that honored both achievement and failure while remaining free to explore possibilities that had never before existed in any coherent form. The old gods slept or faded. The kingdoms crumbled into the dreg heap where all failures ultimately converged, and yet still there remained the possibility of something genuinely new, emerging from the accumulated wisdom and experience of everything that had come before. The painter's gentle world promised not escape from the difficulties and limitations that defined existence, but rather their transformation into conditions where consciousness could flourish according to its own nature, while maintaining the connections and relationships that gave individual awareness its warmth and meaning. This would be reality organized around the cultivation of potential rather than the preservation of established forms, growth rather than stagnation, wisdom rather than mere power, compassion rather than simple justice. Rest now in the knowledge that even in the darkest age, when all light seems lost and all hope exhausted, the act of choice itself remains as the fundamental expression of what makes consciousness valuable and meaningful. Sleep peacefully, knowing that every ending carries within it the seeds of a new beginning, and that sometimes the kindest act is simply to let the fire fade and allow something beautiful to grow in the darkness that follows. The story continues in forms we cannot yet imagine, written by voices we have yet to hear, but always carrying forward the essential spark that makes existence worthwhile despite all its difficulties and limitations. In dreams, perhaps, we glimpse the gentle world that waits beyond the ending of all stories, cold and dark yet infinitely kind, where consciousness can finally rest in the knowledge that its long struggle has not been in vain.